of order. Some counselors online are having trouble hearing you.
Testing, testing. Can you hear us from the River Valley room? Those of you attending online. We will take a recess for a few minutes and see if we can get this addressed. Thank you for your patience. Welcome to the February 23rd, 2026 Infrastructure Committee meeting. It is 9:43 a.m. and I will call this meeting to order. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Let's begin with a roll call. Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
And Mayor Knack.
Good morning.
And I would like to acknowledge other councillors that are also in attendance. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And those online. Councillor Principe. And any other councillor that is in attendance, thank you. I'll now call for nominations for the chair of the Infrastructure Committee.
Clerk, I will nominate Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Are there
Point of privilege.
Yes, Councillor Principe?
I can't hear anything online.
Are you absolutely nothing at all? I guess she can't hear me.
Can you hear any other microphones?
I hear this right now. It's kind of cutting in and out.
Thank you.
Councillor Principe, did you hear my mic?
Yes, I can hear you, Councillor Jans.
Okay, so if I had just nominated Councillor Rutherford. The clerk had asked if there were any other nominations. Are there any other nominations for chair? Going once, going twice. Councillor Rutherford would be acclaimed as chair. Councillor Rutherford, do you want to take the chair then and do nominations for vice chair?
Sure, if my mic is working.
Councillor Principe, can you hear Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, I can hear Councillor Rutherford.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I will.
Sorry, point of order.
Yes, Councillor Knack? Mayor Knack?
We actually still need to vote for you, so happy to make a motion to appoint Councillor Rutherford as chair.
Councillor Rutherford, or Councillor Principe, could you hear Mayor Knack?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, I'll move a motion to
Can you hear me online? This is Arlene.
I can now, Arlene. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a nomination for Councillor Rutherford as chair. Councillor Rutherford, do you accept this nomination?
Yes.
Thank you. We have a nomination. We need a motion to move
So moved.
that Councillor Rutherford be the chair of the Infrastructure Committee, moved by Councillor Jans. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes. Please display the votes. And that carries. I will now transfer the chair to Councillor Rutherford.
I will now call for nominations of vice chair. Does anybody have a nomination for vice chair? Councillor Jans?
I nominate Councillor Salvador.
Councillor Salvador, do you accept?
Yes, I do.
Any other nominations from the floor? Not seeing any. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Okay, so the motion is to nominate Councillor Salvador as vice chair. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And can I get the declaration of pecuniary? It's there. Okay, perfect. And I will now read the declaration of pecuniary and conflict of interest. Before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employee, or a family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflict of interest, we will move to adoption of the agenda. Councillor Salvador?
I'll move adoption of the agenda as presented.
Perfect. Any questions on the agenda? I actually do have one question. And so I will just go to the clerk. Do you know when or if it's scheduled to come with any of the discussion we had about adding other members to committee? I know that was originally when we set it up, we said we'll start with just councillors, but that, we needed time to engage a bit more. I'm just wanting to get a sense of when that will be, because I kind of anticipated that early on in the tenure of this committee.
Thank you for the question, Chair Rutherford. At this time, the interest in adding extra or other members to this committee has not been scheduled for discussion.
And do you need a motion to do that? Or will, at some point, will there need to be a motion for that to come back, or is it scheduled to come back?
I will defer to Aileen.
Yeah, hi. So it's on our list of to-dos. What we wanted to do, and in discussions with the orientation, is that we were going to have this meeting kick off and have a series of conversations. Today's sort of your orientation and first grounding, so that's still on our list, and further conversations are still required to be had with council.
Yeah, I think my concern is if that is a direction that we'd like to go, by the time that comes back, recruitment, we're going to be almost through a majority of the term. So just wanted to flag that as a bit of a concern, especially when the decisions we make now will affect infrastructure for years and decades to come. Okay, I will leave it at that. Thank you. Any other questions on the agenda? Okay, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And there are no minutes, as this is our very first Infrastructure Committee meeting. And I do not have any council protocol items at this time. Does anyone else have a protocol item? Okay, I will invite my colleagues to select items they wish to debate today. Councillor Salvador?
I'll select 7.1 and 7.2.
Thank you. Anyone else to select an item? Councillor Jans?
I'll select items 3 and 4.
Thank you. So that is all items on our agenda have been selected. So there are no reports not selected for debate to vote on. We do have a request to speak. Councillor Paquette, could I go to you to read in the list of speakers?
Absolutely. I will move the Infrastructure Committee hear from the following speakers and panels when appropriate. On 7-1, Eric Estrada and Brooks Merritt. On 7-4, the same, Eric Estrada and Brooks Merritt.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote on hearing from those speakers on those specific items.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And we do not have, just confirming with the clerk, there are no time-specific items on the agenda. Okay. And council inquiries, are there any councillor inquiries? Nope, seeing none. There are no reports to be dealt with at a different time, or requests for rescheduled reports. And as, again, this is our first inaugural Infrastructure Committee meeting, there's no unfinished business, so we will move on to public reports, and we will start with item 7.1. So we will first start with the presentation from administration, and then we'll go to our public speakers, and then we'll come back to questions of administration after that. Please take it away with your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. The report in front of you, our strategic infrastructure roadmap, aims to set the stage for how we can support the committee. We aim to set the context, outline history, background, work underway to manage the infrastructure needs of the city, and how Infrastructure Committee will support the development of the 2027 to 2030 capital budget. The role of our department as a service provider to our counterparts across the corporation and as agents of council and committee is to implement the will and direction of you, our governors. We support the city as our team to provide data-supported advice, tactical strategies, risk-based decision-making analysis, along with associated mitigation strategies to support the goal of achieving council priorities and the outcome of the city plan. Our role as a neutral advisor on all things infrastructure, supported by our industry partners, allows us to provide the best advice. I will now turn the presentation over to Pascal, our branch manager of infrastructure planning and design.
Good morning. Next slide, please. Infrastructure exists to support the services Edmonton provides. Without the services, there is no need for infrastructure. And so every department and business area across our corporation plays a part in serving Edmontonians through animation, operation, maintenance, and supporting activities. Administration proactively plans investment in municipal infrastructure assets to manage growth, encourage and catalyze economic development, maintain crucial services, and protect public safety. Responding effectively to infrastructure needs requires a strategic approach that connects policy and service delivery. Integrated Infrastructure Services is the service provider that manages assets and designs and builds the infrastructure needed to deliver the services needed by our city partners, Edmontonians, businesses, and visitors. Next slide. Asset management is an integrated approach involving all city business units to manage existing and new assets effectively. The intent is to maximize benefits, reduce risks, and provide a satisfactory level of service to the community in a sustainable manner. Edmonton practices sound asset management, supported by approved policy and processes that ensure a collaborative and data-driven decisions on reinvestments are made. Asset management is both formally and informally integrated throughout the city. Strategies and policies developed throughout the city informing when, how, where, and why investments are made, such as the growth management strategy, the concept, design, and build led by IIS for development of the majority of new or renewal of existing assets, operations of the assets by the service delivery departments, and the maintenance of those assets by city operations. The life cycle of an asset isn't evenly distributed. The vast majority of its life is in the operate and maintain phase. Concept, design, and build are but a sliver of its overall life. That said, the decisions made in these phases have monumental impacts on the overall life cycle of the asset, its functionality, its operating cost, and its flexibility to accommodate changes in levels of service. Next slide. As Edmonton's population increases, so does the demand for reliable services and the capital investments needed to maintain existing assets to meet those demands. At the same time, decisions about future infrastructure needed to support future growth can create tension between renewal and growth capital funding needs. The city is approaching a critical period in ensuring its infrastructure assets continue to meet Edmontonians' needs to support reliable and effective public service delivery in the years to come. Edmonton currently has approximately $39.8 billion worth of assets that require regular maintenance and eventual renewal or replacement. When made at the appropriate time, these strategic investments help certain assets such as facilities, roads, and bridges achieve much longer lifespan and reduce the overall asset investment required in our assets. Next slide. Robust and accurate asset data is the foundation of effective asset management decisions at the city. This critical data is fed directly into decision models and management tools. These systems support the analysis of asset information to substantiate required investment levels and determine renewal priorities and inform budget allocations. Data-driven decisions informed by asset management practices enable administration to provide sound recommendations on priority infrastructure investment requirements. Asset management decision models are closely aligned with budget practices, particularly the renewal budgets, and are inputs into many budget development milestones, including the 2736 capital investment outlook and the 2730 capital budget. Administration will prioritize renewal in the upcoming budget cycle to address the growing infrastructure renewal gap. This means focusing on maintaining existing assets before new ones are built, with flexibility where growth projects are required for safety, mandated by legislation, eligible for funding by other sources of government, and show significant benefit to the prosperity of the city. Next slide. While the physical condition of an asset is an important consideration for reinvestment, it is not the only criterion. There are several other factors to consider when deciding to invest or reinvest in infrastructure. These influences could be internal, in which we may have some measure of control. There are also external factors that are very little within our control. Sometimes the priorities and funding from other levels of government heavily influence what we invest in. To improve infrastructure planning, both in terms of capital growth and ongoing renewal to support fiscal sustainability, administration has initiated the development of the Capital Infrastructure Plan program. The CIPP intends to coordinate infrastructure planning and service levels to support a more proactive and integrated capital investment strategy. A report to committee will provide additional information on CIPP at the June 24th, 2026 Infrastructure Committee. Next slide. The Capital Project Governance Policy created a common framework for the development and delivery of capital projects. From this foundation, administration also established proactive and transparent communication with council and the public on project approvals and performance, which provides additional opportunity for council to provide direction on investment decisions. The structured decision-making model divides approval for capital projects into two phases, development and delivery. And following the policy, council first approves a business case outlining why the infrastructure investment is needed and allocates funds for project development or planning and design. Next slide. The creation of an infrastructure project begins with an idea or an identified need. As a corporation, we work collaboratively, providing prospective advice to the development of this initial strategy, into the concept, through the design, build, and operate. Every partner or department in the corporation has a stake in the success of a project, as each of us will have an opportunity to contribute to the successful outcome, all with the end goal of meeting the objectives of the city plan. Starting with these overarching strategies and policies, capital projects are developed in accordance with business, industry-leading project management best practices and guidance. This includes an emphasis on engagement with internal partners and community members to define the scope and how the infrastructure supports their service delivery, as well as a focus on value for money. In the current fiscal climate, value for money of infrastructure investments is front and center. As a consequence, achieving diverse policy outcomes and integrating requirements into individual projects may become untenable or impose significant budgetary pressure. Administration is integrating lessons learned from recent and upcoming discussions with council on the cost of municipal infrastructure into projects moving forward. I'll turn it back to Sarah.
next slide. As we look ahead to the work of council in this committee, a number of key reports are coming to support the 2027 to 30 budget development process, as well as the management of the 2026 construction season and to guide the development and delivery of capital infrastructure projects in the upcoming cycle. Anticipated reports coming up include Integrated Infrastructure Services Capital Projects, the 2026 Traffic Management Plan, the Asset Rationalization Update, Neighborhood Renewal Program Policy Review, close of vehicular access to titled parcels, the Capital Infrastructure Plan Program Update, City Building Opportunities Expression of Interest Results, and an update on our bridge renewal. Next slide. The mandate of the Infrastructure Committee consists of overseeing the delivery, renewal, and decommissioning of city infrastructure, including its financial implications and the design and delivery of capital projects. Administration intends to bring forward reports and updates to Infrastructure Committee that support informed decision-making at the policy, program, and project levels, providing the committee with the information necessary to provide strategic direction and understand the progress of critical investment programs and projects. By working together, we can continue to build this great city. Our team is the service provider that executes the strategic direction of council and committee, bringing visions, objectives, and outcomes to life. We provide the technical and experiential advice and offer strategies to achieve the shared goal of administration and council, our governors. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And now I would like to move to our public speakers before we come back to questions of administration. And I believe that both of them are remote. So Eric Estrada, are you online? Eric?
Just a second, getting ready.
Sure. Would you like me to go to our second?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes. Are you good?
I share a presentation there with administration. There we go.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect.
I have my headset, so if it's difficult to hear, like in the beginning of the meeting, let me know.
Right now, you're coming in loud and clear.
Perfect.
Please
my
go
name
ahead.
Is,
Sorry, please go ahead with your presentation.
My name is Eric Estrada. I'm the Executive Director of Alberta Avenue Business Association. Thank you, members of committee. I'm glad this is being looked at. I'm not so glad that we didn't get to hear those that registered to speak at the executive committee. I had to find out this was happening last minute, which created some complications, but here we are. Thank you for the clerks to make this work. For many years, multiple business improvement areas have expressed their frustration and concerns about the lack of public realm strategy to inform coordinated infrastructure investment. Strategically, it will be in council's interest to direct administration to meaningfully engage with business improvement areas that demonstrate an interest to invest in their economic development for those areas. The city plan says align resources and partner with business improvement areas to attract, retain, and expand businesses. Clearly identify areas for resource alignment before presenting the capital infrastructure plan should be a big milestone on this roadmap, especially when the summary of this report already mentions limited resources. Next slide, please. In case the framework for a business improvement areas is a little bit blurry for those members of council that are newer, or because it's Monday, I wanted to highlight how the business improvement area are regulated under the Municipal Government Act and the Government of Alberta Business Improvement Area Regulation, then enacted by council through a bylaw. I know you might be thinking, Eric, it's Monday, just get to it. So let's go to the next slide. This regulation, the Business Improvement Area Regulation from the provincial government provides a path for council and BIAs to align resources for construction of capital property, which I just screenshot there for you to contemplate. And so that's why it's important to mention the current structure and the willingness for business improvement areas like the Albert Avenue Business Association to take some of the work that needs to happen. We think maintaining infrastructure as well as developing it should be a shared responsibility. So let's go to the next slide, please. Why this is important? When I got to read this report, I noticed that the economic development is an afterthought and the infrastructure development is mainly for the quality of life for Edmontonians. To me, this is concerning because we can have beautiful parks today, right after the infrastructure is delivered. Who's going to maintain all of that? We already have some beautiful bike lanes that still need to keep up with the maintenance and the security of all of that. If economic development isn't part of this equation, how sustainable is all this infrastructure that we're adding? In your city planning, you identify several district plannings, yet this roadmap doesn't mention them. Are we building for Edmontonians or are we building with them? Is it really a shared responsibility or is it gonna just be directed by you and a few administration? I request the council um, directs administration to meaningfully engage with business improvement areas to clearly identify areas for resource alignment before presenting the capital infrastructure plan at the June meeting. This is all I have to share for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Estrada. And now I will go to our second speaker on this item, Brooks Merritt with the Edmonton Construction Association.
Good morning to the committee and to administration. My name is Brooks Merritt. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Please go
Thanks.
ahead.
Good morning. I'm here today presenting on behalf of the Edmonton Construction Association. President David Johnson sends his regards. He had a scheduling conflict, which is more my fault than his. But I expect each of you will be meeting with him shortly, we hope. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak today. The Edmonton Construction Association is a key partner that represents local contractors, consultants, and heavy construction providers. It collaborates with the city to address market capacity, fairly distribute supply chain risks, and to leverage private sector innovation to effectively deliver critical infrastructure support that supports the city's growth. We're pleased to see the ECA named in today's report as a key industry partner in delivering Edmonton's capital ambitions. Some of you may be familiar with the ECA's municipal campaign, We Build This City. Through that campaign, the ECA will be championing Edmonton's long-term success over the course of the next few years from a public perspective, continuing to make the city of Edmonton a client of choice, ensuring fair risk sharing, prioritizing value over price, and a commitment to maintaining steady investment in city infrastructure. To that end, as I said, we're committed to meeting with all members of council this spring. This morning, I'll offer some commentary on just how some of those pillars directly relate to the reports before the committee. First of all, we applaud the city administration for explicitly recognizing industry capacity as a vital external influencer in the decision-making process in the strategic infrastructure roadmap. Predictability is the lifeblood of the construction industry, and when the city provides clear multi-year roadmaps, it allows the local construction sector to invest confidently in equipment, technology, and people. The project delivery cycle shows the transition to integrated infrastructure services occurring during the concept phase. The ECA stands ready to engage with the city even earlier by consulting with the construction sector during the strategy and earlier concept phases. ECA members can provide frank, real-world feedback on market capacity and feasibility before scopes are locked in. Turning to the state and condition report, we again commend the city for its shift to service-focused reporting methodologies. Tying physical assets directly to the citizen services they support is the right lens. We see the city's asset portfolio has grown to $40 billion in replacement value. And while it is encouraging that many of these assets remain in good and very good condition, we must always be mindful of the renewal gap. The administration correctly warns that without adequate renewal funding, a significant percentage of assets are at risk of slipping into poor condition within the next 2 fiscal cycles. The ECA's message here is echoed in there we build the city campaign, which is not to stop investing. The most expensive infrastructure project the city will ever pay for are those that require a total rebuild because routine maintenance was deferred. So we encourage the city to continue prioritizing consistent baseline funding to shrink that renewal gap before it becomes an insurmountable infrastructure debt for the next generation of Edmontonians. A quick comment on the services capital projects report. The city currently managing a portfolio of more than 220 active projects, and we want to recognize the monumental effort it takes to achieve a 95% on budget performance rating. This is a testament to the city's active portfolio management. We also see on schedule performance sits at 79%, and the report identifies primary drivers of that delta as supply chain constraints, market capacity, and external inputs. The report also projects a $6.7 billion funding gap prior to new growth initiatives. This introduces the risk that projects may be paused or delayed to manage immediate cash flow. Again, the ECA cautions that pausing projects disrupts local industry capacity and ultimately drives future costs higher. So how do we close the delta? The answer lies in how we manage risk, develop workforce, and collaborate. The delta is largely born from external volatility. Contractors cannot bear the sole burden of global supply chain disruptions. When risks are fairly shared between the city and the contractors, bids remain competitive, disputes are minimized, and schedules are far more likely to be maintained. So we urge the committee to ensure this high-level policy goal translates into actual modernized contracts on the ground. That's a similar message that the ECA and ACA share at the provincial level. When it comes to workforce development, addressing market capacity requires people, of course. Every municipal contract is an opportunity for workforce development. Keeping project pipelines steady and predictable allows the ECA members to hire, train, and retain apprentices and journey persons who will build the city. The ECA is ready to do the heavy lifting with the City of Edmonton. We want to help council administration align project timing with actual labor supplies and bring private sector innovation to the table to improve delivery efficiency. By committing to fair risk sharing, maintaining a steady pipeline of projects and renewal work, and engaging with industry early and often, Edmonton can solidify its position as a client of choice in the construction industry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you to our speakers. Are there any questions from committee or other councilors in attendance for our two public speakers? Just look to see if anybody's going to sign up. Give a couple seconds. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to both of our speakers for being here today. Maybe I'll go to Speaker Merritt first. Really appreciated your commentary and and just reminder of how important it is to be mindful of the renewal gap. I guess the question that I have for you, of course, we've taken some steps with the dedicated renewal fund, but we also know that, quite frankly, that won't be enough. Are there any mechanisms that you would point to as a way to better account for and consider maintenance and renewal at the outset when capital projects are approved? And I think about, maybe I'll just give an example, like we oftentimes have corresponding operating impacts of capital packages that come forward when we approve a capital project. But to my knowledge, like that doesn't really consider, of course, the renewal contribution that would help offset the life cycle cost of that asset.
I think it's a really great question and not an easy one to answer. I think for the time being, what the ECA members and ECA would offer is simply kind of ongoing efforts for early integration. I think the one discussion that we had was, and the comment that I offered was when, kind of during the project planning cycle, members will often say earlier. And, there's a degree to which you've got kind of diminishing returns on the value of how early you engage with them. But I think the members will be able to offer better line of sight to that just through early discussions. But there's an element of that that's a bit of a crystal ball. So not an easy answer to it, I think. And every project's going to be a little bit different for it. I think I'll leave it there. We might have some further thoughts after we see the provincial budget at the end of the week, which we can follow up with you on.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be interested in chatting further. I'll jump to Speaker Estrada. Just so I just want to make sure I captured what you were sharing. So I think the first one that really stood out to me is making sure we're accounting for that full life cycle of an asset. I think you used active transportation infrastructure as an example where we put the project in, but again, just need to be focused on making sure we're maintaining that asset so that it is usable, functional, etc. Did I capture some of the commentary there?
Yeah, I mean, that is part of our public RAM strategy as well, right? I think active mobility infrastructure is something that, if operated and maintained properly, will be a great asset to community. But I challenge you to go on a bike ride with me to see what is the current state of the city on that front, especially within our neighborhood. I'm pretty sure you're gonna get a lot of pictures from the community there if you already aren't getting them. But I'm also thinking about the other infrastructure that we have, like public bathrooms um, along the avenue. I know there is a lot more need for that, and right now the maintenance of just private property along the avenue has a higher demand because there is no enough public bathroom accessibility along the district. There is one that was installed there. It is temporary. I would love to see something like that turn into actually permanent, and I'm pretty sure we'll have a lot of support from our membership.
Okay, great. And I'll follow up with administration around your second point related to areas of resource alignment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang?
Great. Thank you both for being here. And I think both of you have this shared thread around engagement or partnership with industry and business communities to deliver on some of these infrastructure goals. I will start with Eric. Just so I understand, are you speaking on behalf of all the BIA, or are you specifically here for your BIA?
I'm speaking for Alberta Avenue Business Association. I
Okay.
just share what the framework for all BIS look like, but at the end of the day, they are all independent, and it will really depend on each of the different districts and how meaningful administration want to engage with each of them.
Right. And there are certainly many parts of the city that doesn't have a BIA that also, and don't have the same kind of structure that you do for that kind of connection. What are
That's
your
right.
thoughts around those kinds of conversations?
Yeah, well, business improvement areas are a tool for council where you define where there is a need from the business community to form an organization like this and create that area for business improvement. Then there is that
Yeah,
incentive for those business to get together and submit a proposal to council. I
yeah,
know there is some
and I think,
movements.
for a lot of these, like, the process will take extraordinarily long to, by the time that happens, the infrastructure project has well moved along the line, right? But I
Yeah.
take your point. Yeah, no, thanks for that. I just wanted to get some clarification because I wasn't sure if you're here on behalf of the business association, the network, or on your own. So thank you for that. Um, just wanted to turn to Brooke, to your last point around, you know, we want to be engaged early, but there's a diminishing return on that. I'm wondering if you can just elaborate on, because when we say early on, even in the strategy stage, like, this is it. We're talking about strategy right now in this committee. You're here, that's great. Wondering if you can just elaborate on that, and do you have an example that you can share that's kind of a successful indicator of what that could look like?
So thanks for the question. As for an example, I don't. I know that members of the ECA board will, and I think so. I'll leave it to those. Those will be the kind of the industry experts on the ground that will be able to provide good examples of that. My suspicion is that those examples will come from ongoing engagements with the city of Edmonton, because, as I said, the city is widely regarded as the owner of choice to work with.
Yeah.
And that sentiment is discussed with other associations across Canada. In terms of the early engagement, it's understood that this committee is an important opportunity for that, and we were having discussions about what the what the next steps, the slide in the presentation that included next steps for the infrastructure committee through this year, and that's where we'll begin having board members appear at this committee. So I'm here as a bit of an introduction, and only because I missed
Yeah.
up something in David's schedule, but we'll
Yeah,
have board
it's okay.
members come. Yeah.
I think I was interested in examples, not necessarily just to Edmonton. I imagine you connect with other parts of the province and even nationally, but maybe something to think about, because I'm always interested to
Very good.
kind of, are there examples we can emulate? And then speaking of connection with your association, just actually to the question that the chair asked at the sort of the start of the meeting, one of the directions for this committee provided last year was to talk to industry associations about your thoughts in terms of an external advisor. Just wondering if administration has reached out to you, and have you had that conversation? I understand, I can imagine it's not an easy answer.
No, it's an easy answer. The administration's been very communicative. And I say this as an external advisor to the Edmonton Construction Association. I work with them very closely, as you know, that I've done that for years, but it's a fairly unique and I think well-enjoyed relationship. The relationship with administration is fairly often, I would describe it as rigorous. There's really, over the last year or two, there's been significant improvement between in discussions at all levels of government with industry specifically, where we do see a lot of regular engagement with administration, and it's
on this topic around governance specifically for this committee.
On the committee side, I'd have to get back to you. On the on the committee side, we've been certainly
it's
encouraged
okay.
to
I'm also out of
attend.
time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is all the questions I see for our speakers on this item. So thank you again for being here, and look forward to hearing you a bit later on item 7.4. I will now go to my committee colleagues and councillors for any questions they have on report 7.1, strategic infrastructure roadmap to administration. Councillor Jans. Wait, sorry, no. I will go to Councillor Salvador first.
Please, I need to get coffee, so.
Yeah, I will go to Councillor Salvador first. She selected the item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the report, and thank you for the presentation. So maybe a few questions to start with. I'll follow up on the question that I asked to Speaker Merritt. So one of the things that's really standing out to me is, of course, the importance and the move towards trying to do full life cycle accounting when we're making decisions on capital projects. What is standard current practice for capturing life cycle renewal costs when we are at the decision point for capital projects?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to make a comment and then I'll pass it off to Pascal. But I think coming in to work at the City of Edmonton as a relatively new person working here, I am impressed with the level of due diligence and the integration that Edmonton has in terms of the way we design facilities to operate them. And I do note that, having seen other examples. I think that one of the challenges that I see coming for council and for all of us is the need to talk about value for money, the need to work on making every project as affordable as possible, because we know there are other projects waiting in queue that we have to get to. But typically in a project, we get challenged on things like value engineering when we're working with budgets and things like that. Sometimes we're forced to make decisions on materials or things like that that may not have the same outcomes in the long time. Our team absolutely works to make sure that we have the best value for money in every project, and that we have materials that have long lifespans and offer the best kind of in terms of being able to be easy to clean or maintain. But I think there's always going to be a challenge in how much you spend on a particular project versus how much you know that your portfolio at large needs. Because for every project, you could argue that you put the very best into that project because you're doing it now and you should make it happen. But we also know that every dollar you spend on that project means that another project in the queue is waiting. And that I think is a challenge for all of us to deal with. But I can pass it to Pascal to have more detail.
Sure. I'll just add, Councillor Salvador, that we always take a portfolio approach, I think, to date. And so when we looked at either investments in new assets or renewal of assets, it was really meant to be related to what will this do for Edmontonians, the service. And taking a portfolio approach meant that we didn't necessarily look at the renewal needs of the individual assets as part of the decision making, but rather how does it fit into the broader kind of portfolio and delivery. I would just point out that there is a project right now ongoing with the administration, the total cost of ownership, which in its initial phase is looking more at that, how do we capture operating impacts of capital, but eventually we'll move into how do we capture capital impact of capital. And so this idea of what does it do for our renewal portfolio, what does it do for our renewal needs? And so we're just kind of getting to that point because in the past we've always been able to manage at the portfolio, and now we're looking at the portfolio becoming untenable.
Right, okay, and that's, so maybe just picking up on that last point, that's kind of where my thread of questions lie. Like I think we've done a really good job on the operating impacts of capital side, and that's front and center when we're making those decisions. But the capital, the capital impacts of capital is not quite, I guess, as front and center in that decision making. But it sounds like we're trying to get there. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, and I think at this point in time, we've always it's been acknowledged, it's known, but it hasn't been necessarily put forward as by individual project.
Right.
And my understanding of the total cost of ownership is that we are looking to go and explore how we could do that so that it's very clear from the upfront business case what that implies and what that means for the city.
As part of that work, would we ever contemplate mechanisms like putting aside a certain percentage of funding at the outset or an annual contribution towards a renewal fund?
That is certainly something that we are continuing to explore, and with conversation with council about enhancing the dedicated renewal fund and things like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that would be something too, that there's always going to be a tension on how do we have the pool of funds to make sure that we're investing in the projects that have the most need for program and most need based on their condition in the overall portfolio, as well as kind of, rather than locking it in on a project by project basis that's new.
For sure.
I think there's an argument for flexibility and being able to manage the entire portfolio strategically.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. And as we're still on strategic infrastructure roadmap, I'll feel free to save these questions for the next one for the infrastructure state and condition. I guess as I was looking at slide, I'm not sure. It's the project delivery cycle relationship with concept, design, build, operate strategy. Do we have a list of all of the projects in the city that are at the concept stage?
Yeah, concept stage projects would be part of the approved capital budget, and so you would have them as part of that. You could see them on Building Edmonton or as part of our capital reporting.
So we could look up there at concept. So for example, we had talked about that the bike bridge that would connect over to the Hotel McDonald. So would that be a concept stage or?
So that project was designed, and so right now it's a project that's on hold pending additional funding. So you would have it as part of the list of projects that have been planned and designed but have not yet been delivered.
Right. So that one would be at the design and hold stage. What's an example of a concept that hasn't gone to design yet?
So mass transit planning, so B1 and B2 routes are currently in the concept phase.
Because they haven't been funded to design.
Correct. So that's correct. So we are funded up to the end of concept, and so before we start into design. So that's an example of a concept phase project.
So a criticism I've heard is that the city kind of likes to look at a number of different concepts and ideas and then starts sort of planning for these different pieces, but then we're planning for 10 things, but we only have enough money to do 3 things. And is that to some extent, I can see why we may wish to be always having to prepare for we may need something or not, but I guess I'm trying to figure out the substantiation of that. Are we as governors saying go and do all this work on Scona Pool, knowing that, or maybe not knowing that, we may not be able to fund it for 8 to 12 years or 4 years or a period of time in which that work may become moot. So how as I'm reading through all of this work, I was thinking about that and wanted to understand.
Yeah, you're correct, Councillor Jans. It's a conversation that Council and Administration have had, and we've shared, I think in 2 occasions, the list of projects that have been designed and have not been delivered. And that list is, there are numerous projects. I think we're in upwards of 60, and that if we were to build all of them, we are in the billions of dollars. And so there are different reasons why we are where we are for different projects, but you're correct that there are some advantages. There are projects that, as the mass transit, for example, the investment in concept planning is fairly minor compared to the sizable kind of investment in delivery, but it certainly informs decision making as to how would council want to prioritize within that portfolio of work, for example. It could be interesting to have projects that are ready for submissions to grant programs from the different levels of government. And so there are reasons why we've advanced some of the work. And there's a point where the work does become either in need of being updated if it's meant to go forward, or mute because the need has moved, or we've moved away from what that project was meant to complete.
Are we ever asked by the provincial or federal government to have a list of shovel-ready projects? Oh, we are.
Yes, and I would also just note, I think concept planning ahead on horizontal construction or transit where our alignments and our land and those kind of long-range things are really important. I think that Edmonton has been well served by doing advanced planning. For example, the ability to leverage and do the transformational projects of the train lines. And if you compare that to prices across the country, Edmonton's received huge value in being able to be nimble when the federal money has come over the last kind of decade. And so I think a facility design or a facility sometimes is trickier to keep it current as building codes change and things like that. So you don't want to invest too far in design because you have to then do redesign. But I really think those projects where alignment is important, the earlier we can start planning for them, that can help also with our engagement with partners throughout the city.
Through the chair, may I ask if that we could get that list recirculated to council, the most updated one, the concept design list?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so just to confirm, that's a commitment to recirculate that memo or that information?
Yeah, it was part of a report that was submitted in 2025, so we'll circulate that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That would be great for all of us. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I know we've heard a lot of this already, but it's good to have it in kind of chunks, and I know we got a few more coming up. Love the prioritization of renewal over new. And kind of my reading here is the prioritizing projects with other forms of government funding associated. I think that makes a lot of sense. I guess my question, what about private sector funding on that? Where does, if we have that coming in, I know in one of the other reports we talk about developer funded projects, but if we have some of those coming in, does that kind of bump up the prioritization?
So there's not a simple answer to that, because it will depend on what type of funding, what type of circumstance, what's the agreement with the private partner. There's a couple of different streams that we do that. Certainly my colleagues in urban planning and economy would look at developer-based, neighborhood development, investment in the growth of our city, things like that. And they often have reserves or dollars that are associated with matching that and to continue to have that move forward. Another example that we're exploring right now is the request for expression of interest related to city building projects. And so that was driven by council, and so we have extended the opportunity for private industry nonprofits to submit ideas as to how they could support, but then we would bring decisions in investment to council to along with the budget process. And so normally that's how you would kind of see it. So it would be part of the budget process. And yes, so long story short, the developer or the private investments could support prioritizing city investments in the right context.
Good to know. Thank you. Reference in the report 1,006 buildings of city assets, right? So I'm not assuming that we carry all operating costs on all these buildings. Obviously, some we do, some we don't. There's different partnerships. But I guess what's the realistic approach of trying to change some of the operating costs on those buildings? Like, I don't know if I need a number or percentage, but if you know what I mean, like, is how many could actually be taken off our hands in some degree?
So the reality is of the 1,000 buildings, we probably carry the operating cost on 95% of them. There are in that number leases. So we have commercial leases, we have nonprofit leases, which then the terms of those vary significantly, as you mentioned. Efforts, so we are undertaking asset rationalization on our facility portfolio, and so that's something that we will bring back on April 8th. We'll have an update on that stream of work. It's certainly looking to explore ways that we can shift some of our renewal investment requirements. When it comes to the operating side, we have different mechanisms that are at play, but that wouldn't necessarily form like a major part of the portfolio. I would say it's more a case by case that we would evaluate.
That answers my question. Thank you very much. I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'll take my turn now. I think I want to start just on the piece around, like, I think we all agree that this focus on renewal, and then the growth where it's mandated by legislation, eligible for funding from other sources, safety, right? I did want to ask though, how are we applying that growth lens to the growth components of renewal projects?
So the growth component of renewal projects, we have evaluated over the last couple of budget cycles what is the need for different asset types. So the reality of modernizing our assets, for lack of a better word, does impact different assets differently. And I can take some examples. Our neighborhood renewal program, the growth is limited to 10% by policy, but they actually achieve closer to 7% as an example. Whereas a bridge replacement is in the range of about 30% for growth.
But is that, I guess my question is, of that 7%, which I could get into a whole thing about how you also set the budget for neighborhood renewal. So it's very easy if you set the budget to be within that 7 to 10%. But when we look at it and we look at that growth component, is everything that we look at, and I think there's a strong business case for this, within that sphere of the improvements are either legislatively required, let's say the road construction requirements have changed, and or safety, such as more of those safety elements we've been adding for Vision Zero. Like, can we stand by and moving forward, if this is our infrastructure roadmap for the next 4 years, can we stand by the fact that we would be able to link those growth components in renewal to these core focus areas? I guess is the question I'm trying to get at.
Yes, we can do that. I think there is often desires in different programs to, especially when we have like a special asset to the community that's been away for a while. I'm thinking of Hemingway Pool. Most of that project was around renewal. We did add the cold plunge pool and worked really closely with our partners in community services, and that, you know, in the cost of the project was relatively small. And I think it's been really well received by the public. And so I think there's always going to be those moments where if you're closing like a big pool for years, people want to see something when they come back. And so I think there will be a tension in terms of, you know, and the more direction we can have from council, we can balance some of those desires in a project.
And that's what I was going to test, because I don't want to lose. I was worried we might be getting too rigid, and I don't want to lose those opportunities where there could be very small investments for big improvements in community and how we deliver services and what services are provided. And so when in the report it talks about how you're going to kind of bring those trade-offs to balance with council, but I didn't really get a sense of, are you planning to bring those to test early on through this term to committee, or will you be bringing some more big project trade-offs directly to council?
Councillor Rutherford, I think it's going to be a mix of everything because, and if I can offer to your initial question, we definitely look at safety, security, accessibility, meeting modern expectations. Those are all things that are considered in the growth, and the trade-offs are really about, as you mentioned, achieving the most impact for the community while we are driving that value for money and ensuring that we're investing in the right things. There'll be different means for that conversation to happen. It could be project by project if they're significant enough in the sense of being created into standalone profiles, being brought forward as a report for information to council. It could be at a program level that we can speak to some of our intentions, especially through the budget process, or once the budgets are allocated, we can speak to council about these are the renewal programs and these are the renewal projects that we're doing. Asset rationalization will be another opportunity to have discussions about what are we ultimately looking to achieve, levels of service citywide versus levels of service at a certain location, for example.
Well, I definitely am looking forward to digging into some of those conversations. Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the presentation. For those who are just on audio, it is snowing outside and it's beautiful, but all I hear in my head when I see this now is ching, ching, ching of dollars going up for that snow removal. It's a terrible curse. But the reason I bring that up is because I think the same way about infrastructure over time. It's a long play and things fall apart. It's inevitable. And so to Chair Rutherford's questions about baking that knowledge into the budgets, I'm just wondering, like, is this something that administration is looking at council to direct, or would this fall under best recommendations from administration to council?
So, Councillor, if I'm understanding, are you talking about like capital impacts of capital type?
Yeah, how we plan for that,
per asset, or
per asset and ongoing, because we know that things cost money for maintenance and renewal and replacement. And rather than kicking that cost down the road and hoping that some future council and some economic condition can accommodate for it, maybe baking that right into how we plan.
So, Councillor Paquette, I would argue that the current portfolio management that we do is in capital impact of capital kind of way to manage it. The reality is that now we're facing the fact that the contribution is not meeting the level of investment that's required. And there's a lot of reasons why we're here, and we've had many reports talking about that. I think moving forward, there are ways that council is already responding to that. So the dedicated renewal fund is a great example. We are moving forward with asset rationalization. They'll be discussing about potentially enhancing. The individual reserves are trickier to manage because they are not. They do not allow for the same level of investment where the priority is, but are tied to an asset. And so we have a few examples of those. And so we have, for example, a reserve for Rogers Place, which is tied also to the way it's managed and all of and so there are reasons why we would have reserves. But as we manage a portfolio level with multitudes of assets and to allow for that flexibility to respond in the long term, it's really more efficient to manage the funding in a unconstrained kind of way, if I can say, with a dedication to renewal.
Sure. Okay. It makes sense, but I'm wondering, like, and rather than like the project by project or asset by asset approach, which we should have, but also a budget approach where there is an actual formula, because we know on average where things and how things will degrade and what the cost will be, and baking that into the budget as a formula that does not change the fact that there is going to be things that emerge that may need attention faster, or things that tend to be able to maintain longer. That's just the way it works. But that formula itself baked into the budget with the math, we know what it's going to cost and what it's going to look like, rather than just, well, it's a fund, hopefully it covers it.
Yeah, and I think in a way, the dedicated renewal fund is kind of that first step towards an idea of a formula, but that would be part of, I think, future discussions that council could have as part of the budget process. Not wanting to speak for Stacey and her team as to what the impacts would be. Right?
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. And then I guess the other question would be, speaking of baking these things into the budget, it's not lost on me that we've cut $1.9 billion ongoing from the budget annually. And then we are wondering, oh, gee, why don't we have enough money for this? Well, it's because we had successive austerity budgets for 10 years. So I'm just wondering, at what point do we see those diminishing returns on cuts and efficiencies for maintenance of infrastructure?
I think, Councillor, the issue facing Edmonton is not unlike issues facing municipalities across this country, and I actually think Edmonton's relatively well positioned to face that. But yes, preventative maintenance, we would have reams of research that would say you're going to get more value for money doing the prevention than waiting for it to fail. And so I think some of the other reports that we've had come to council that we've weighed in on, including the capital investment outlook and our next item on our state and condition, I think are helping lay that groundwork. And I think it is a matter of that overall investment in maintenance, as well as some of the other strategies that we're putting over, but they're probably not a one or the other. It's probably a both and for all of the strategies to kind of manage the portfolio into the future.
Thank you, and definitely having a bit of leniency on the time, but just remember to my colleagues, try to make sure there's at least sufficient time for response. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks for the report and presentation. I think my favorite part of the report and something I'm most excited about is the on time, on budget, on purpose. And so just hoping to dig into that a little bit more. So I'm understanding that the CIPP is where is that where we're going to start to define what on purpose means?
So the CIPP is more about where we should invest. So we have a little summary of how best to invest is what we're trying to get to. So it wouldn't necessarily speak to on purpose as a performance measure, which I think is what you're referring to.
Yeah, so maybe to use an example, our speakers were mentioning infrastructure and BIAs, for example, and we've had some conversations in the past that, do we rank a C condition in a BIA as a higher urgency than an F condition in like an isolated lower use area, for example? So is any of that work, is that type of weighing some of the work that's happening coming up?
General comment. So I know that urban planning and economy is engaging with BIAs in the economic action plan. A lot of times when we're doing some of our renewal projects, we really work as one team across the corporation. And so in some cases, and Councillor Stevenson, I don't know exactly, but I know you will, the BIA will overlap with areas that are in the CRL, I think. And so there are times where we have a capital project where we're going to go in and do kind of the base thing, and then we add CRL funding to kind of augment the project. And so I recognize that that does not apply to all of the BIAs, but are we integrated in our approach between different parts of the organization and trying to make sure that if we're doing something, and particularly, you know, later today we're going to talk about traffic, we realize construction's disruptive. And so when we're doing something in a neighborhood and there's an opportunity to augment with something else, one of our partners, whether it's EPCOR or whether it's UPE, is trying to accomplish in that neighborhood, we want to make sure that, you know, we get in, we get out, and we get it all done. And that's something that I think is important in our overall planning.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. I think I'm really thinking about how we set priorities. So what is urgent? Because I think that relying only on condition rating can lead us to investing in lower priority. Their priority in terms of condition rating, but maybe not necessarily in terms of their importance overall.
Yeah, so our asset management practices does start with the physical condition rating, but we do take into account other pieces of information. So we will overlay things like priority growth areas, other projects that are at play. For example, we don't want to be renewing, should all of the worst condition roads be in one sector of the city, we want to be careful around that. And so we do take into account other layers of information when we do plan. Now the traffic volumes or importance do play a role in should we have a multiple of locations that are in the same condition, for example, we will prioritize those that have the most significant impact for the city overall. At the same time, we are careful not to renew ahead of a schedule, because then there's value that we would be throwing away. And so we want to be very, especially with the fiscal constraints that we're under, we want to make sure that we use every value that we have in our assets from that perspective.
Yeah, and I think that is logical, and I follow that. I'm wondering how we overlay, like do a really intentional overlay with, for example, we just released our council strategic priorities. So how do we see our capital planning intersecting with those?
I think one of the things that we will, on this kind of journey that we were mapping out in this report of which reports are coming to council, one of the things that I think is coming is around the capital asset investment report that's coming to council, I think aiming for June 10th. That might be a committee. But I think that report with the capital investment plan program and kind of that road to getting to your 4-year budget are all opportunities to weigh in and make sure that we're prioritizing the right thing. And our criteria right now are going to be guided by your council priorities.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. I'm interested in the CIPP tool as well. Just, I guess, a few more questions, and I recognize you might dig deeper into this at the June 24th report. Can you, like, in simple terms, how is CIPP different from what we do now? What is new, and what are you stopping doing with CIPP?
Councillor Tang, absolutely. The June 24th report, we'll dig into that. What I can offer today is that CIPP is really about creating more digestible, manageable, visually interesting kind of information that will allow for decision making to be processed in a more holistic kind of way. What I mean by that is that we're really hoping to overlay growth and renewal, to overlay the strategies that are coming to council separately. So it could be things that are about priority growth area investments, that are linked to climate resilience, that are linked to service, levels of service will be really critical.
Okay.
And so doing all of that in a way that we can bring maps, spur the discussion related to long-term investments that would be related or to maintain or increase or decrease levels of service. And so it's not necessarily that we're changing the way we make decisions, but we're changing the way we would be presenting them and really overlaying all of that in a way that could be consumable by the public
Right.
in understanding
Okay.
that.
No, thank you. So for example, how would CIPP, I guess, facilitate better project alignment among multiple projects? Like, would it do that, for example, in terms of looking at land sharing, co-location, et cetera?
Yeah, that's a great example, and that's something that we're actually working on right now. We understand where emergency services needs to be, and so what are the opportunities between fire, rescue services, EPS, and community standards, for example. But we're also going to look at different programs, and that co-location is certainly something very high up on our radar.
I guess maybe just I'll use Walker Fire Hall for a second. We approved the initial budget back in the last 4-year budget cycle, and then there's multiple things that happened in terms of potentially co-locating something, and then we added the dispatch center. If CIPP is meant to give us a holistic lens, would it be able to anticipate something like that and actually give us a bit more, closer estimate on cost, because it has been escalating, how far out can it plan for? I'm just wondering, would it be able to capture some of those, at the time, it felt like missed opportunity for alignment, so it doesn't lead to further delays, et cetera.
So I think it would address the idea of co-location, the opportunities that could be there. What it won't address are things like necessarily availability of budget and prioritization that council is going to make. And so it will be presenting our recommendations. It could be presenting where challenges are and where we need to have discussions, but it will not replace council making decisions. And the second piece is that it will not go into necessarily defining projects. And so as you're mentioning, managing costs, it's really meant to manage where are the investment priorities, and then those projects become funded projects from council based on council decision at budget.
Okay, and then what is this? Is this the current CIPP that you're working on? Is it planned towards a certain population milestone, like following the city plan?
That's correct. Yes, we're using the city plan as the base,
Right.
And depending on the program, what outlook is available.
Because 1.25 is here. So are we then planning for the next one then?
Councillor Ting, this is a collaborative effort of a number of parts of our organization. In particular, our team is working very closely with UPE. So we are very tied to kind of the planning objectives and how we link to the city plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few kind of cleanup questions here. In the slide deck, I believe it was April that the Southeast Transit Garage update is coming. I just wanted to clarify if that will include information on work to date, timelines, opportunities for acceleration potentially.
That's correct. So it's an overall update on the project, and it's going to position it ahead of the spring SCBA.
Great. Looking forward to that. And I apologize if I missed this, but just to follow on from our BIA representative, they had mentioned, looking for opportunities for resource alignment when we're making capital investments into our communities. What does that process look like for how to capitalize on some of those joint opportunities?
So one example that comes to mind is under the neighborhood renewal, we had discussions with council, I want to say 2018, but what it did is that we modified the neighborhood renewal policy to include acceleration of the BIA alleys, for example. And that led to discussions with each of the BIAs to say, what is the timeline that's expected for that investment so that they could look at should the BIA want to make additional investment and support the city in doing that as part of an overall project. And so those discussions happen at that time. The program is underway and it is being implemented as part of that policy. Other means would happen related to any time we have concept kind of projects that we do public engagement or stakeholder engagement. We would link back to those opportunities of looking at okay, we have an identified renewal project or there's something coming into your neighborhood. How do we work together to address those functional, could be addressing, as Councillor Rutherford had mentioned, small improvements that could make a big difference. We also consult with our colleagues in city operations. What are the things that are that could impact their operations to be faster, more efficient?
Great. Thank you so much for that. And I'll piggyback off the end there when it comes to consulting with our folks in operations. I guess I had a question around how operational practicality is tested early in our process and what that relationship looks like.
Yeah, and operations is embedded in project teams, and so they're providing advice. And then I think there's also a series of lessons learned. So, you know, for example, we look at CEPTED and crime prevention practices. We also look at things like, okay, so glass with windows is good from a CEPTED, but sometimes it gets broken and that's expensive and can be dangerous. So how do we balance and make sure that we can design things with that crime prevention in mind, but we also design things that can have a lasting impact and don't need to be replaced all of the time. So we look at that as we're developing it.
Great. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Just another round for me. You say in the report that you are learning, that this administration is taking lessons learned from previous council discussions, specifically the cost-benefit analysis and cost drivers, the capital planning and design from that same meeting, a few meetings that are cited in the bottom there. But I guess I wanted to get more understanding of what does that mean? What are the lessons you've learned and how are they being applied?
So, Councillor Rutherford, some very specific examples. So we are moving forward with Walker and Athlone fire stations, and so those have been the topic of a lot of those reports. We have streamlined the functional program with our colleagues in the FRS. We have looked at where's the sweet spot to meeting the climate resilience policy, for example, in ensuring that investments that are made towards that goal have a return on investment. We're applying those lessons learned to the Southeast Transit Garage, and we'll be able to speak to that on April 8th as an example. We are also looking at consideration for value for money when it comes to complete streets application. The neighborhood renewal program policies review is going to speak to a lot of that. And so in general, it's about learning of the priorities of council. How do we reach the maximum impact to the community at a value for money, and where that potential where we can suggest that we would be ready for the next step, but not necessarily applying it at this point in time. And so it's really meeting the intent of the policies and the strategies while looking and driving for the best outcome for community and the cost efficiency.
Well, I think I would put it more plain. sometimes when we're in the design phase of a project, and I will just say fundamentally, design is what's going to drive your better cost estimates and your budget. Sometimes we realize during the design phase that we can't meet the word of the policy from council and the budget from council. And I think making sure that we can build into our process those ramps where we come back to council to understand from council, is it more important that we meet the full policy, or is it more important that we meet the budget? And I think that being able to provide that choice to council is a priority of our team.
Okay, and then are those lessons learned applied? Because I see there's an administrative-driven report, the policy update. Are those lessons learned going to be applied to that report and recommendations?
Specifically, which report?
It just says anticipated administration-driven reports include policy update.
Oh, okay, so, so for example, we are bringing forward, well, we as an administration is bringing forward an update on the climate resilience policy. So that will be an example of how have we responded to that conversation. The Southeast Transit Garage specifically, there could be other policies that over time we want to bring forward to have a discussion on application of the Edmonton Design Committee bylaw, anything that was related to that, yeah.
And then just mindful of my time with the last minute and a half, you know, this is all great in theory, lots of good words conceptually. What I struggle with is we say something's important, we say something's a priority, we say something needs to be done, we even fund it, and then we get to the end of the 4-year cycle and only a fraction of those infrastructure projects have actually been completed. Thoughts on that? And again, I guess because we've brought it up so many times, I think of Walker and Athlone. Like, we have 6 more fire halls that we potentially want to fund in this next 4-year budget, but we haven't even built the 2 that we funded in the last 4-year budget, nor have they even broken ground.
Councillor, thank you. And I think that's something that is a mandate, and we're looking at with urgency to council, that our team takes seriously. I think it's really important too that we understand what some of those timelines and that become. And so I even know, as we're thinking about future fire halls, land availability will be an issue that we will have to manage and may affect timeline, as some of the neighborhoods where we're looking to the future don't have roads or utilities yet, and the timing of those roads and utilities will affect when we can build a building in that neighborhood. And so I think sometimes the sequencing of things we need to outline further in advance for council on some of those critical path items where there's something else that's affecting us. Southeast Transit Garage is a very large facility with an incredible power draw. Looking at power supply and working with our partners at EPCOR has been a real priority on that project. And so sometimes there are real things that are affecting the timelines, but your point is taken and we're acting with urgency.
Thank you. And I think just for me, it's just how do we integrate that into this plan? I saw we don't typically do raised hands functions, but I'm just wondering if Councillor Palmer had like a point of order or something and that's why they raised their hand.
No, just an incorrect button. Thanks.
Sorry. Okay, just double checking. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Okay. So thanks. Yeah, to follow up on that a little bit. So I understand the answer and it makes sense, but I have a concern that council may approve something and then you hear about all of the challenges, and you said that you might get ahead of that, which would be great. But the problem there is that the dollar amount that was approved, by the time it gets around to the actual construction, now we're saying, oh, it's going to cost a little bit more. And then the perception in the public is, wow, these people just don't know how to estimate anything, and there's always cost overruns, and it creates a really bad taste in the public's mouth. So thoughts on that?
I will just say I think this is a problem in having a career in infrastructure that is everywhere. The type of estimates that come forward in the budget cycle often start, and I was in a room and people were like, right now it's just an order of magnitude, the number isn't real yet. we need to be really clear on what level of certainty is coming with a number that's being given at what stage. I think the split between delivery and between development and delivery, when we actually have some design work done and we've finalized the scope with the partners that we're working with on the project, are really important in terms of what is a reasonable cost estimate for that number, but differentiating between what are we using for planning for kind of the overall budgeting conversation, but also, how far in that project is it? Do we even know? When I talk about what drives the cost of infrastructure, it's usually the size of the building and how kind of the cost, how many square feet and the cost per square foot is going to drive the cost of your building. And the more special things in that, your cost per square foot is going to go up. And so if we don't know kind of, how many of something is in a certain facility, it's hard to estimate early on. But I do think that there's a public trust element here, and being really clear on what we put forward when and the level of certainty on that, and then delivering to that is absolutely the mandate that I think we have.
Yeah, and that's a good point, and I think it's safe to say that it's quite apparent that the purchasing power of a dollar decreases every single year. In recent years, it's been somewhat unpredictable, quite high. Since COVID, I think it's gone down a shocking amount. And so getting that maybe even a timeline of costs, like you're approving this much today, but by the time we actually get to build, potentially it's going to be this much. For example, $1 million today in 3 years might be 1.2 million, right?
Councillor.
And the problem that I have there, and maybe you can answer this, is that then we see that administration either has to come back to council for more money, or we get quote unquote value engineering that reduces the actual vision of the original intent of the build. And so I guess what I'm asking is, how do we reconcile that with the public and with the way that we are actually settling on a budget?
So, Councillor Paquette, this is the reason that we brought forward the capital governance policy back in 2017, that council is meant to authorize planning and design funding so that we do not handcuff ourselves to a guesstimate, an order of magnitude budget, and then we are in a position where we need to value engineer and all of this. And so that's the principle that we look forward to applying. And there are some, there have been exceptions in the past. We have approved things that were linked to we need a budget for the grant application, or we need to set aside funding during the budget cycle. And so we're taking all those lessons learned and hopefully applying them into the 27-30 budget process, so that we do not put ourselves collectively in a position where, without planning and design being completed, we set the delivery budget. Or that if we do that, we all collectively agree that we will build to budget and not to scope, which means that those are two different approaches. But absolutely, we recognize that that has been a challenge, and that we want to work through those challenges so that we go back to the intent, which is allowing council to make informed decisions based on planning and design having advanced, and that you know exactly the scope, the schedule, and the budget before you put in forward the delivery funding.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Again, this is fascinating stuff. I'm really glad we're digging into it today. I was wondering, I was trying to figure out if, I'm struck by the memory, we approved $100 million overage on Yellowhead, and it took about a 3 or 4 minute conversation. We just kind of were like, okay, well, them's the breaks. It's going to be another 10% overrun. And I was trying to look up why, in particular, so many projects, and not just us, but across Canada, are so expensive right now. Are there areas here that we should be advocating for to the provincial or federal government around regulations or policies, or if we know We built a neighborhood renewal last year. We're probably going to do it again next year. Probably going to be doing it again 5 years from now. Should we be bringing some of these functions in-house? Or should we be, what could we be doing to guarantee that we have the consultants, contractors, materials, et cetera? Premier Smith has said she wants Alberta to be 10 million people. We know we're going to keep growing. What can we do knowing this is ahead of us in our strategy to go? So there's like 4 questions in there for you. Take your pick.
I can comment. My understanding of the Yellowhead project is this came up as a grant-funded opportunity, and then it was quite a significant kind of program to upgrade Yellowhead. Funding was initially approved in 2016-17, so if you think even there would have been, you know, a forecasted inflation rate, but that would not have anticipated the post-COVID inflation rate that we've seen. And so I think that would be an example of one of those projects where, you know, a section gets designed and built, and then another section gets designed and built, and it's really about delivering the whole program over 10 years. And so there wasn't a fulsome design when that budget was set back in 2016. And so I think that's one of those comments about the
But it just seems,
biggest,
it's kind of, yeah.
the biggest thing that we can tell you in terms of cost certainty is at 2 points. Once we have some design, and once we go to the market and someone bids on it. Those are your 2 points where we have the most control and understanding of what something actually costs. Prior to that, we're really just basing it on the inputs and some of the cost drivers from previous examples, our network, and kind of a global cost estimate of what something like that generally costs. The other comment I had is we are employing strategies in real time to try and mitigate the cost drivers. And so one example, you know, we saw things happening with the tariffs in the U.S. and the supply chain issues. And so, you know, a lot of our general contractors, and we had the ECA on here, are working with us quite closely, and they're saying, can we pre-order some things before they become a shortage? Can we do that? And we do. We say yes where we can and where it makes sense to the city of Edmonton. In terms of neighborhood renewal, we typically, because that program will depend on what we find once we dig up the road, and it's not practical to do thousands of core samples to get really high level design before we start doing that. We bid things based on a volume and a price, and we bid very competitively in terms of the neighborhood renewal. So we're pretty confident we're getting good value in those dollars because it is competitively tendered, and it's focused on the real costs of what that road is actually and how many trucks of material and what kind of material goes into it. And so I think there are strategies in every project to try and ensure that we get the best value for the city of Edmonton.
And so I'm curious about some of the consultants and some of the pieces around, like, oh, you have to do this and this and this and this around to put in a rec center or something else. How, maybe this is a future conversation topic for the committee, but it'd be interesting for us to get just a complete picture of, like, from tip to tail, here's the different consultants, here's the different inspectors, here's all the different people that we have to pay to do a project. And then just we can have that, you know, abundance conversation around, are these regulations really necessary, or is this drag, or is this redundancy, and to look at that. So I'm out of time, but maybe that's something we can come back to another time.
Yeah, and it might be worth asking in another round if that content is coming, or we need to give direction for that so that we can start to direct some of the reports coming to committee. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. So on that note, in terms of reports coming to this committee, I noted that the report says that legal and budget related items would still be going to executive committee. Just wanted to tease that out a little bit. I can understand the legal side of things. I think one of the challenges we've faced, and maybe to Councillor Janz's point, is that, or maybe I could say one of the benefits I see with the infrastructure committee is that it's a place to just have our head in the capital game, thinking about the big picture. And I think having budget conversations related to projects at this committee maybe makes sense. I don't know how other committee members feel. But just wanted to get some thought in terms of that streaming and what administration's thinking was behind that.
So maybe I can provide an example of how we would differentiate. So the Southeast Transit Garage. So the update on the project is coming to Infrastructure Committee for that discussion of scope, schedule, budget. Are we meeting the expectation of council? What can you expect to see? Having the discussion on the project. But the approval of the budget would actually happen during the supplemental budget adjustment process, which is then going to council. There could be other examples where we talk about infrastructure projects here, but a report from Stacey's team directly on the finance. So for example, and apologies, the full name escapes me, but the capital asset investment policy, that would be a financial-driven report that would go to executive committee, for example. But that is an example of something that we are actually in discussion with the clerks to understand where should it go. And so we're still navigating all of this, but there will always be that crossing between the capital side and the finance side. And sometimes it's just going to make sense for executive committee to receive it as a full budget, overview rather than something that's specific to infrastructure or capital.
Okay, yeah, I think I don't know, like I would almost argue like a capital budget, even if it's, a high level, like I feel like that lands better here because it is always a challenge because whenever we have a capital budget, we're also looking at operating, that I think there is more, anyway, I find it hard to do both of those things at once. And so having a dedicated space in this committee, I think could be an option. But again, happy for others to weigh in on that. And appreciate, again, that this is evolving and this is just intended as some thoughts to help refine that. Maybe just on another side, I think the strategy coming forward, again, that all makes a lot of sense. I'm just wondering what role this committee has, and maybe some of the other planning and delivery stages, I guess. So we chatted briefly just around, I hear feedback around some of the implications of our general conditions, or having a divide between project managers on the planning versus the execution. So is there a space here to have reports on some of that other work the administration is doing that, again, is maybe less policy-based, but more around policies, procedures, approaches?
Thank you, Councillor. I don't know that I have a complete answer, but I'm taking notes of, how do we continue to support this committee? And I think that's even why we brought this report is this is a new committee. Our department wants to help with that function, but we are absolutely continuing to work, and I'm working with my executive colleagues and clerks, and we can help the committee where that makes sense in order to make sure that you get what you need.
Great, excellent. That's it for me, thank you. Oh, sorry, maybe one last one, just with the asset rationalization coming forward. Will we be doing, as part of that work, and I know it's very complex, do we have a strategy around existing tenants and how and when we engage with them and what opportunities we provide to them for
yes, we do.
acquisition?
Or
wonderful.
It's in development, and so
Great.
we'll be part of that update.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you. Just one question, so I think we'll be kind of quick and we can move on to the next one. One, I just had, in the report, there's a little bit about public engagement. I just wanted to ask, how's that incorporated into, project trade-offs or even add-ons, as we look at our priorities and service levels that we want to, commit to, right? That's it.
Yeah, so we work, with the city's engagement strategy and engagement standards, but we also take an approach on each one of our projects and our programs. So for example, Neighborhood Renewal has a very long established program. We do 2 years of consultation before we go into neighbors, take a variety of engagement strategies in that program. We also have different projects that have different engagement strategies. So, you know, on a very large project that's through a number of neighborhoods like the Valley Line project, you know, there's a full strategy around engagement. Later today, we're going to talk about traffic and how we're taking an approach of not just looking at the traffic impacts on a project basis, but also when you add up more than one project, what is the impact on the people that live and work and move through that neighborhood? And so I think there is significant engagement going on, you know, in every project, but there's also engagement being done at the program level. So another example, we realized that, you know, the downtown area is an area that has a number of things that affect it. And so we now have a person dedicated to be the downtown coordination person amongst all of our projects and with all of the various stakeholders that have a perspective on downtown. And so, you know, we're taking that approach to make sure that we're listening and that we're applying things into different projects.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. And so just, I know that the report recommended receipt for information. Councillor Elliott, are you unmuted? Are you? Sorry. Okay.
My apologies, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. The receipt for information, I understand we're trying to move away from that. I just want to be clear, though, that there's nothing in this report that would be, aside from the fact that you're bringing in what reports you're bringing forward to committee, how you're prioritizing, and that report that's coming in June that'll be more detailed on the CIPP. This is simply just receipt for information. So if we can just say we're done this item and move on. Okay, so we will, is everybody comfortable with that? Or do we? Okay, perfect. So we will move on to item 7.2. And Sarah, you're still in the hot seat, I see. So
I'm here all day.
I see some other people joining. So whenever you're ready, please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. So this presentation provides an overview of the 2025 Infrastructure State and Condition Report. This was requested at the June 25th, 2025 Special Infrastructure Committee meeting, and upcoming items will be brought forward to Council in 2026 related to infrastructure assets as we previously discussed. Before I go further, I want to acknowledge the significant challenge that other municipalities are having both within Alberta and across the country related to aging and failure of critical infrastructure. The asset management work that all municipalities undertake, along with risk management and other corporate stewardship activities, help to minimize and mitigate the risks of a critical asset failure. The data is presented in the Infrastructure State and Condition Report will support the City of Edmonton with planning and managing key infrastructure risks. I'm going to turn it over to our asset management team and Clem to start the presentation.
So I'll just introduce the team that's in front of you. So we have Clem Young, who is our Director of Lifecycle Management, and Murray Johnson, who is our Supervisor of the Asset Management Center of Excellence.
Okay, thanks, Pascal. Next slide, please. I'd like to start by providing an overview of our asset management system, as knowing what we own and the condition is one of the cornerstones for effective asset management decisions. Municipal assets exist to provide and support services. Without the service, there is no need for assets. Asset management decisions are guided by the city's strategic plans, levels of service objectives, and corporate policies leading to comprehensive asset management plans. Everything we do in terms of asset management is connected and guided by the expected outcome of our strategic plans. Thus, through working together as partners across the corporation, we manage municipal infrastructure assets using the pillars of governance, processes, people, data, and tools. Next slide, please. Through the strategic direction provided by Council, asset management activities are performed every day across the organization, with the goal to build, buy, operate, maintain, renew, and ultimately dispose of assets in an effective and financially efficient manner in order to meet the service needs of residents. A municipal asset spends the bulk of its life in the maintain and operate phases of its life cycle. While the initial capital investment and renewal of an asset are significant, the funding required during the maintain and operate phases may be substantially greater over the life of the asset. The operating impacts of capital investment needs to be a significant consideration when making decisions in terms of asset management investment. It is important to note, as a city, we know what assets we own and their condition, as this provides us with the key information to not only plan and perform lifecycle activities, but also to plan how we provide our services as assets age. The City of Edmonton began collecting infrastructure asset inventory and physical condition in the year 2000, starting with 80 asset groups. The collection of this data is truly an integrated effort with the input of many inventory data stewards across all city departments. This data has been refined and improved over time, with this latest report containing more than 800 asset groups. Going forward, administration will continue to look for opportunities for reporting improvements. I'll now turn over to Murray to go through the state and condition information in more detail.
Thank you, Clem. Next slide, please. This slide shows the trend of our infrastructure assets since 2003. The percentage of assets in poor and very poor condition peaked around 15% in 2010, coinciding with the city's deliberate focus on addressing renewal needs and investments. The amount of assets in very good and good condition also peaked in 2013. Since that time, the percentage of assets in poor and very poor condition has dropped and is currently holding steady at around 10%. However, the percentage of assets in very good and good condition has also decreased, resulting in a steady increase of assets in fair condition. While the current state of the portfolio is in good condition, insufficient levels of renewal investment can have adverse effects on the overall condition of the portfolio if not corrected in a timely manner. Insufficient investment levels can have the following effects. One, asset conditions will degrade. Most visible would be the assets in fair condition slipping into poor condition. And two, increasing demand on operation and maintenance resources, leading to cost increases or reduction in services. With the relatively static investment in renewal since the beginning of 2019 to 22 fiscal cycle, it is forecasted that the amount of existing assets in fair, poor, and very poor condition will continue to grow with time. Next slide, please. One of the changes that we've made to the current edition of the Infrastructure State and Condition Report is to provide a view of asset condition by corporate service. These categories are based on the services outlined in the 23 to 26 Corporate Business Plan. Each of the service categories includes all assets related to providing that service. For example, a particular service category could include buildings, vehicles, and equipment. This view provides important information related to our services, which can be used along with other data to support not only asset management decisions, but also service implementation and other corporate planning. This slide shows the reported state of the city's assets as at the end of the December 2024. The bar to the far left side shows the consolidated city results, and from this we can see that altogether the city's assets are overall in good condition. Moving from left to right, the environmental protection and environment stewardship services contain parks, open spaces, and waste service assets. Overall, the assets supporting both these programs are in good condition. Movement in people of good service makes up approximately 60% of our assets by replacement value. These assets support the roads, active pathways, and transit services. The assets include facilities, roads, bridges, bike infrastructure, buses, light rail vehicles, track, and supporting assets. Overall, the assets supporting this service are in good to fair condition. The project and asset management service contain assets that are quite varied, and they include items such as IT hardware, municipal fleet, engineering and technical services equipment, and facilities which are leased to third parties, including non-profit organizations. Overall, these assets are in fair condition, influenced mostly by the condition of the leased facilities. The Public Safety Service includes animal welfare, bylaw and provincial act enforcement, fire rescue, and traffic safety services. The assets supporting these services include facilities, fire trucks, traffic monitoring, and tactical and support equipment. Overall, these assets are in good condition. The Recreation and Culture Service includes events, internment, indoor and outdoor recreation and attractions. The assets supporting this service include arenas, stadiums, the Valley Zoo, Fort Edmonton Park, event and visitor centers. The assets also include equipment assets to support service delivery and enhance customer experience. This portfolio of assets is in fair to good condition, influenced mostly by the facilities assets. Social support service includes affordable housing and homelessness. The supporting assets are mainly housing assets owned by the city and managed by third parties. Overall, these assets are reported in good condition. The various programs category contains various assets that are shared by multiple services that cannot be attributed to a specific service or too small to warrant their own grouping. Some of the larger assets in this category include City Hall, Century Place, Chancery Hall, the Pedways, software, archives, and artifacts. Overall, this group of assets is in fair condition, with the overall condition driven primarily by facilities. The boards and commissions service includes both Edmonton Police Service and Edmonton Public Library. Assets in these portfolios include police facilities, city-owned libraries, fleet, technology, library material, and tactical equipment. Overall, the condition of this portfolio is in good condition. Next slide, please. This slide provides a comparison of the current asset replacement to what was reported in 2023. These amounts are all presented in 2025 dollars to filter out the impacts of inflation. The categories shown here reflect the categories as presented in the 23 state and condition report to provide a like-for-like comparison, and so they do not match the categories presented in the previous slide. The asset replacement value for inventory purposes will fluctuate across reporting periods due to a combination of factors. And these could include additions to our inventory through purchases and construction, developer contributions, or including previously unreported assets, or the removal of assets through sales or demolition, or refinement of the data through improved counts, replacement value calculations, or other methodology changes to align with best practices. Compared to 2023, the replacement value of the overall infrastructure asset portfolio has increased by 9.5%. Ancillary infrastructure increased by about 17%, which is mainly due to updated valuation of transit buses and improved data around roadside structures. Culture and heritage assets increased by 63%, decreased by 63%. This is a result of improvements being made to the way artifacts are cataloged and valued. The count of assets has been revised to more accurately capture and report the relevant artifacts, and the replacement value has been adjusted to align with industry best practices. The facilities portfolio decreased a slight amount as a result of changes in the affordable housing replacement values and the impact of removing the now demolished Petrolia complex and Golden Homes from the inventory. Goods and people movement increased by 11%. LRT in particular has grown significantly due to increase of number of assets and the refinement of asset data being reported. Additionally, bridge values have increased as a result of more detailed cost estimating based on updated replacement costs. Open spaces increased by 17%, driven primarily by the replacement value of natural assets. Natural assets have a replacement value of $1 billion in the 2025 State and Condition Report compared to an unreported value in 2023, as a methodology for calculating the replacement value had not been developed at the time of the 23 State and Condition Report. The service delivery portfolio has increased by 18%, primarily due to the refinement of data and inclusion of assets that were not previously reported. And the utilities portfolio has seen a moderate increase in the value since the last report. Next slide, please. To provide a longer trend of changes to the city's infrastructure assets, administration completed an analysis using past inventory data, with the past amounts adjusted to $2025 to filter out increases due to inflation. Asset groups, which are no longer part of the city inventory, such as drainage assets, now owned by EPCOR, have been removed from past years to normalize the data. Between 2013 and 2025, the city infrastructure asset inventory grew by an estimated 37.4%, which is equivalent to an annual average growth rate of 2.7%. Due to the way that the asset data is structured, we are unable to determine the specific sources of inventory growth. However, we can confirm that the average annual developer contributed assets is approximately $150 million per year based on our financial statements, which leaves the balance of the growth to the city developed inventory or asset data improvements. Next slide, and I'll turn that back over to Clem.
Okay, thanks, Murray. So while the city's assets overall remain predominantly in good condition, the city has a large and growing inventory of aging assets without adequate renewal funding. The difference between the funding required to ensure our assets remain in suitable shape to achieve their optimal service lifespan and the current levels of funding is the renewal investment gap. For the city to maintain its healthy asset portfolio in terms of physical condition, it is administration's recommendation that investment levels be increased. The effect of maintaining or reducing current investment levels includes impacting the assets in fair condition, causing them to slip into poor condition, increasing the demand on operation and maintenance resources, leading to cost increases or reduction in services. When reviewing the 2025 asset inventory, administration noted two asset classes of particular concern. Facilities assets makes up approximately 1/4 of the city's assets by replacement value. Even though a small number of facilities are currently in poor condition, it should be noted that approximately 59% are in fair condition. Approximately 20% of the entire facilities portfolio is forecasted to fall into poor condition within the next 10 years if adequate renewal investment is not provided. Given the number of services supported by facilities, this poses significant risks to the city's ability to continue to deliver services and maintain current service levels. The transit service asset portfolio includes buses, LRT, transit and LRT stations, garages, and equipment. Overall, this portfolio is in fair condition, influenced mostly by the condition of the fleet of buses and light rail vehicles. There are more than 1,000 buses in the inventory, and more than 50% of these assets are in poor or very poor condition. These assets do not have reserve funding for renewal, so they are dependent on the relative share of the available renewal funding for renewal and replacements. The older light rail vehicles have approved funding in place to replace them in the next few years, which will address the poorest condition assets. However, the next batch of light rail vehicles is starting to approach the end of their useful lives. Next slide, please. And that concludes our presentation, and administration would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, and we don't have any speakers on this item, so we can just move straight to questions. And again, Councillor Salvador, I know you selected this item, so I'll go to you first.
Sure, thank you. Really enjoyed reading through this. Maybe just to jump on some of the commentary from the last slides there, recognizing the two asset classes of particular concern, facilities and transit. I believe there's a report coming and a motion that was moved around I guess potential service implications on the transit side. Have we done a look on the facility side around what types of service disruption we could expect over the near term, given the significant gap?
So, Councillor Salvador, absolutely. So it is part of the asset rationalization framework. Not every time that we apply the framework does it lead to suggesting that we should divest of an asset, but we use it to understand also what impacts it could have to service. And so we'll be able to speak to what we've been looking at over the past year in the April 8th update on that.
Great. Then I actually just wanted to come back to the June motion and sort of request for some of the information that's embedded in the report. And I appreciate in the cover report, it talks about some of the quantities for key categories. But I was looking at Appendix A in the state and condition report, and I found it a little challenging to draw lines of comparability between the 2023 and 2025 report. And that's kind of what I was hoping to be able to see. And just for example, looking at roadways, it looks like they've increased by $700 million. And on a unit basis, it's increased from 36,000 varies to 55 million varies, but I don't know what that means, to be honest. Like linear kilometers is what I'm used to.
So at this level, we're at the 30,000 foot level in terms of.
And sorry, is your mic? I can't quite hear you.
I'm probably just
There
not
we go.
talking into it enough. Sorry. At this level, we are at the 30,000 foot level, and there are multiple categories of assets within that. So while we talk about a road asset, within that road, there's also the sidewalk, there's also the curb, there's also the lights, there's also all the additional assets that support all that, and they're all part of that portfolio as well. So if we wanted to speak to specifically just paved roads, I could break out all the paved roads and talk about the linear kilometers of paved roads, but that is only a part of the actual goods and people movement portfolio.
For sure, and recognizing that we've gotten a lot more, I'll say, refined in our ability to capture more of those assets, it makes sense to be able to sort of spool them up or bundle them up into those larger categories. I guess if there was a desire for some of that information, because I'll just stick with the example of roads. I think about the growth of our roadway network and how that has a direct impact on things like our ability to clear the snow and those service implications. So just from a communications perspective, I think it's important to understand not only the value increases that we're seeing in our asset bases, but like the pace of that physical growth and what that means on the ground.
We typically use replacement value actually as the general comparator year over year because of the refinements that we do. We don't typically spend our efforts tracking what changes in terms of units from one year to the next, because what we're looking to is continually improve the way we're reporting our assets. So certainly we could, if we have some questions on a specific asset, we could break that down and report it back. But the reason why we use replacement value is it's consistent. We can always inflate it up, and year over year we can talk about what that percentage difference is, which typically represents the percentage of that portfolio, which then helps us with that growth.
Okay, I might come back to that, but I really appreciate those answers. The other question I had, I appreciate the work that was done around trying to untangle, what is a contributed asset, as new communities are being built out, that's being added to our inventory. Can you just walk me through some of the complexity there? It sounds like there were some challenges in delineating that piece.
Sure. So the developer contributed assets, we don't mark them down as what their source is in terms of the inventory. We ask the departments to feed what their assets are, and so of millions of different asset types, they're all providing their ledgers of data, so it doesn't typically say where that comes from.
Okay, I'll come back because I think there's a piece there around just the cost of growth and being able to account for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. Kind of on a similar thread as Councillor Salvador, I'm really interested in knowing, if we look at our road network, that includes both arterials and neighborhoods, but also street parking. We have correct me if I'm wrong, we currently have a list of all of the parking meters, like the e-park zones, that's correct?
I'll just look to confirm which week are, if she can confirm that.
Hi, Councillor Jans. Sorry, would you mind just repeating the question for me?
We have an inventory, like we know how many street parking assets we have. Like we know how many e-park stalls we have. Is that correct?
How many e-park stalls we have? Yes, correct.
Do you know the number?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but I can get that for you if you'd like.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. And then, do we know how many street parking stalls we have in the neighborhood of Hazeldean?
I can get that information for you, Councillor. Sorry, I know we have about 5,000 parking stalls in total, but I can look for you in that neighborhood.
Sorry. I meant in general, in all of our neighborhoods, in all of the city of Edmonton, in composite, we have, so many 100 kilometers of roadway. And I guess Labrasseur, do we know the number of parking stalls on our street?
Not in that sense, Councillor Jans. So we know the number of parking stalls that are subject to metering. But when it comes to roadways, we know the lane kilometers, but because the roadways offer all different types of opportunities to park, so it could be limited time, it could be different types of zones and all of this, we don't actually count them as parking. We count them as lane kilometers of roadway.
Okay. So in a neighborhood, typically you'll have a parking lane, 2 driving lanes, and a parking lane. Or so, am I correct?
That is a typical cross-section,
Yeah.
yes.
Do we have an estimate of how many hundreds of kilometers are dedicated towards vehicle storage?
Not at this time.
And what would it take to get that? 100 summer students counting?
Yeah, so for example, the lane kilometer that is vehicle storage is impacted by bump outs. That's not the right word, but when we do at crossings, when we expand into the roadway, and so that would remove curb extensions. Thank you, Nicole. That would remove some parking spots that otherwise we would have accounted for, right? And so those are things those are subtle design and construction changes that would mean that, you know, there's clearance of intersections, there's clearance for hydrants, like all of these things would impact. And so it's a very, it would be a very difficult to get to a precise number. I think what we could do is take away your questions and see what would be manageable to estimate the number of our assets that is parking storage or vehicle storage.
Because I do, like, I think with our neighborhood renewal conversations, with our traffic safety conversations, with our crosswalk conversations, with our infill conversations, parking is an incredibly, I think, poorly understood asset in the city, and that may require a study. It may require an annual census of parking or something, but it comes up all the time in all of our conversations. So can administration...
Yeah.
Oh.
I think sorry, I apologize for jumping in. Yeah, that's for sure something that we're working on. As Pascal mentioned, the curbside space can be used for many different things. So vehicle storage or parking is one of them, but there are multiple uses for it, especially as the city is expanding, including patios and such. And so we can definitely take that away and have some information ready to go for the report that's coming forward in May on our curbside management strategy. If you're kind of looking for what the inventory would that look like, or what would be required in order for us to get that information.
What I'm looking for is we have a wonderful breathe strategy. We can say how many picnic tables we have in the city of Edmonton. We can tell you how many trees and which ones bear fruit, and it's up on open data. But we don't have information about the state of parking in the city, and I would like to see it at like an annual report of here's how many stalls we have, here's adjustments we made, we added, we took away, we did this, etc. I think there's a perception that we as the city are removing road lanes, and the minister has shared this, and that's, I think, a misunderstanding when you look at this inventory growth. So whether it requires a council motion or a full report, but I really would like the parking census to come forward. Thank you.
Sure, sounds good. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Thanks. I was looking at the key trends there, and I was wondering where the community league assets for the city fit into that, the asset conditions.
So the city of Edmonton does not own the community leagues. They're responsible for their own maintenance and operations. We own the land that they're on, so they're not included in this report.
Okay, cool. So, and I think we talked about this early on in my term here. So I just, like, are we ready as a city? I guess I'm just wondering if we're ready as a city to lose those very valuable community assets with the current renewal needs of our community league facilities overwhelming them. And if it doesn't fall to you, where does it fall, I guess?
I can offer a comment,
Sure,
Councillor,
please.
that I think, you know, this report and the capital investment outlook are talking about the challenges of prioritizing maintenance and renewal of the city's own assets. I do think the city will also face challenges of others looking to the city as they may face their own maintenance and renewal challenges too, and that may include community leagues. And the prioritization from council will need to be thoughtful in looking at how do we, in our available funding, meet the needs of our growing city. And so that's just a general comment, Councillor. I do note, my folks have said there is a report coming on the Community League conditions, so I can just ask others to say when.
It would be around June. We can confirm the date.
June, that sounds great. So I guess I'd be looking for your perspective on this too, is that we're trying to, I've heard lots of talk about us not building these mega rec centers anymore, like Lewis Farms and Terwilliger and such. And for me, I see community leagues as little mini rec centers. They have spaces for tennis and skating and all sorts of things. Do we see a future in kind of more aligning ourselves with, or kind of relying on those facilities for this, our rec needs?
I think, Councillor, that as we prioritize our needs through our own asset rationalization framework in terms of delivering service to Edmontonians and look at our service levels, we should look at kind of footprints and available resources, both delivered by the City of Edmonton and through other parties, whether it be community leagues or private sector operators, in ensuring access for people at the level that we can afford.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to move over to LRT here for a minute too. So in the fall SOBA, we invested, I think it was 3.2 million, and correct me if I'm wrong there, on door counters for our SD160s. And then I'm also hearing that those trains are nearing the end of their useful life. And so why would we have invested that? I guess I'm curious, how long do we have left on our SDs?
I don't know if Sarah, you want to respond, Sarah Feldman?
Yeah, Councillor, I could answer that. So we're projecting the SD160s around 30 years of useful life. The first one came on in around 2008. So we're looking around 2038, 2039 when they need to start being replaced. But we're going to need to start procurement, get the funding strategy in place sooner than that. So those passenger counters will have a good amount of life before we replace the trains. And that gives us, several years of data that will really help us with our planning.
Okay, cool. So what other expenses do we have? I guess we've got expenses of replacing them. Do we have other projected expenses of renewal for those LRVs? Is that included in this work?
Yes, Councillor. So we have an LRV rehab and replacement composite profile that funds, the ongoing maintenance of the LRVs to do things like repairing the wheels, doing, working on also the catenary, the right of way, but the vehicles themselves, there's a composite profile that supports them. So that would be included in what you've seen today for the LRVs.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. All right.
Thank you, and we are at time, so we will take a recess here, and we'll be back to this item and continue with questions at 1:30. Thank you. And I will just quickly do a roll call of committee members. So Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Hello, we have quorum, so we'll continue on with the questions on item 7.2, and we were on to our council colleague, Councillor Stevenson, for questions.
Thank you very much. Really appreciated this report. I think reorganizing around the service area has been really positive, and the serving Edmontonians, managing the corporation boards and commissions made a lot of sense to me. So I think that's a great way to communicate this information. I wanted to pick up on the question from Councillor Salvador around contributed assets. And we talked earlier today about the capital cost of capital. And just wondering how we start to think about that in the context of contributed assets. Because at 17.4%, that's a really surprising number and really speaks to, you know, quite a significant chunk of our inventory, growing inventory.
So, so one thing I wanted to clarify as we've been talking about the contributed asset versus like the asset inventory, while we don't capture in the asset inventory where the assets are coming from, and in the report we do speak to this, that the annual financial statements do account for where the assets are coming from. And so it's just that there is no simple way to tie the financial statement to the asset inventory. And so we can't link necessarily the value that's being reported to like a lane kilometer of road, which is what we were explaining in the report. Now to your question, Councillor Stevenson, like how do we account for contributed assets and their operating impacts? So there is, and this is where I'm going to look for my team, but the IIMPs that are reviewed when neighborhood structure plans or area structure plans are brought forward. This is where we try to illustrate the cost of new neighborhoods and all of this. And so it is captured in a sense as part of that and in the operating impacts of capital. Now, again, when it comes to capital impacts of capital, because we have taken that approach of a portfolio-based approach, we add to the inventory and we add to our responsibilities, and then we plan within the means that we have to support all of our infrastructure. And so we don't necessarily tie it back directly to the cost of a single new neighborhood or an asset that's been built in there.
Okay, interesting. So the IIMP is that opportunity to capture the capital cost of capital for contributed assets. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, for developer contributed assets,
yeah.
yes.
Okay, and then, I mean, I think that speaks again to like that broader renewal strategy and sort of having that life cycle approach. Because I guess we'll have that information at the IIMP level. We won't necessarily have the answer to how we do it as part of that.
That's fair. That's
okay.
fair.
Okay. No, that's really helpful. This applies a bit. Well, and my understanding is that a lot of the contributed assets, the city has done a really great job of standardizing those, so that typically we have design standards. When they come into our inventory, we're ready. We have the right machinery to maintain them. Like there's some thought given to those aspects.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, and I'm just hearing, like, I think there's always a tension between having unique projects, but then also standardizing some of the components. Well, I mean, downtown has an interesting example with the number of different garbage can designs that we have. I've been hearing more things just in some of even the civic precinct of, you know, adjacent projects using different paving stones, for example. So is there work underway to look at some of that standardization under our own capital projects to help with the long-term maintenance?
Yes, 100%. So there's a few things that we've done recently. So with the update of the Complete Street Standard and Complete Street Design and Construction Standards, for example, we have integrated a lot of the feedback from our city operations teams. For example, we no longer use paving stones in the roadway. We looked at the distances between certain elements in the roadway to ensure that we can use the proper equipment and that we're not creating undue challenges. The same is happening right now with the landscape design and construction standards, and so those are all pieces that will help with that standardization, but really speaking to making operations efficient as possible. We do the same thing on the facility side, maintaining those standards. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you so much.
Thank you. And Councillor Clark, you're on the board and on
Yeah,
committee,
yeah,
so
I'm on the
please
board,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions for this report. And I guess just so I'm clear, so when we look at the poor and the very poor conditions, does some of those have a funded renewal plan already? Or is it fair to say they don't, or the remainder don't have and that's the unfunded risk that we're talking about?
So I think, Councillor Clark, what we need to make sure is that the infrastructure state and condition report does not speak to funding. So at this point in time, it is the state of the asset as of late 2024. And so what is funded and unfunded is not directly linked to what you're seeing here.
I think, though, there are examples that council would know about, such as our recent purchase of new light rail vehicles that would address one category of assets that was at nearing end of life, and that we've already accounted, and that project is underway.
Is there any other examples that we should know about? Or
I think there would be numerous.
Alley renewal is a good example where Alley's condition is, we don't categorize it that way, but we do report it differently. But we are knowledgeable in the sense that alleys are in poor to very poor condition, and now we have an alley renewal program.
Great, thank you. And just one more question. I guess just kind of how confident are we then, like in the data that each major asset class, and then kind of the tools or gaps that we should be aware of, just how you classify those categories? Oh, I was just asking about the data that we use to kind of classify those categories, and is there anything that we should be aware of, and how confident are you on those tools when we kind of assess where we put things into, poor or fair or whatever?
So the categories that are developed by the groups that manage and maintain those assets. So they come up with the categories, and for the most part, they're trying to align themselves with industry standards so that they're following a standardized metric. But there is room for improvement in all of those, in particular with the smaller assets that really don't have a manageable life. They're really just the disposable type assets like radios or park benches where really they're run to fail type assets. Those are a little more simple, but there's probably a little bit more room for improvement in terms of how we actually measure the condition of each one of those assets. It's hard to tell an A condition radio from a D condition radio unless it's got some wear and tear on it. But so some of those metrics can be improved upon, but in general, they're lower risk, so we can accept that risk in terms of that data.
And
So-
Councillor,
Yeah.
if I can just add, City of Edmonton's asset management practices are recognized. I've already, in my time here since September, had a number of other municipalities reaching out to look at practices. And then different types of things would have different asset categorizations. So for example, the way you assess a facility, we would look at our entire inventory on a cycle, I think it's 5 years, and you would assess each building and its components over that cycle in terms of where it's at. We would do different assessments for roads, for sidewalks, for different categories of assets, and they're assessed on major components. So if you think of a facility, your major components in a facility are your roof and your exterior membrane and your heating systems and your windows. Same things that you would have to do in your house. You're going to have to do your shingles and your windows and your heat and your we have to do boilers and things like that. So that's how they're assessed over time. There's a very clear methodology that our methodology would be rooted in the science of that particular type of facility or asset class.
But I guess just so I'm reading, so when I look at the percentage, but it does have kind of that whole range, right? Like really important things are going to be expensive, and things that are life cycle that might run out in that number.
And a robust asset management program would actually take a number of strategies. Some things like a building, you want to invest in that ongoing maintenance. other assets, it is a totally appropriate thing to run to failure. Someone brought up a radio. I would assume that's a run to failure type of asset. You replace it when it dies. It's harder on our buildings and our roads. We want to do maintenance throughout their life cycle.
Great, thanks for that clarity. I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I'm just on slide 6, where you showed the difference between 23 and 2025 values in that. Under culture and heritage assets, there's about a $55 million drop. And so have those assets then been redistributed to other categories, or?
No, they haven't been redistributed. Basically, what had happened between 23 and 25, community recreation and culture actually refined their model as to what they assess as a capital asset and what those values were. So in 23, they had accounts and then a per unit cost per count, and now they've actually gone in and assessed these assets for what their value is, and some that are lower than the $5,000 threshold aren't capitalized, they're operationalized, so they pulled stuff out, and basically it's all about refining their data and their processes, not that they've less assets. So they'll have a bunch of other stuff, but they don't count as part of the capital report.
Okay, so it could be a number of smaller ones that make up 55 million? Wow, a lot of small ones. Yes. And do we capture that anywhere then? You said that's captured then under their operating expenses to replace those, or?
Well, I think it doesn't link necessarily to a replacement, so it could be artifacts, it could be things that, and to Murray's point, like could be difficult to ascertain a value, a replacement value for them, for example, and so what we have here in captured under the report is really asset value from a asset management perspective. This refinement allows us to capture things that are maybe a bit more art than science, if you want.
Okay, thank you then. And then I'm just wondering so when we're looking at the cost, we're looking at like for like replacement. We're not looking at, I guess maybe the purpose or the function.
That's correct. So it looks at a twin pad arena. What would a replacement cost be for that, or X lane of kilometers?
Okay, or a tennis court might be better served as a pickleball court. There's nothing to...
Definitely don't capture that.
Okay. And then with the arterial roads, or with the roadways, so arterial roads are considered infrastructure, right?
Yes.
So I'm just wondering, what is your role, or what is infrastructure's role in the development process? Like when we look at things, when the development officer, I guess looks at things, because they're the ones that make the decision on the arterial roads, and looking at there's the swap committee as well. Are you part of that?
We are often brought in to support the conversation from our expertise of design and our experience in building those types of roads. And so we have more of a advisor role, if I can say.
Okay, so, but nothing as far as managing as to when arterial roads should be complete?
Not from a growth perspective, or we have very limited role in that. So the mobility network assessment, for example, that's coming from urban planning and economy will speak to that. And so we are involved in supporting that work, but it is not part of asset management that we are reporting on here today. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I just find that strange that because it is infrastructure that you wouldn't be sort of in at the ground floor of planning what that infrastructure would be.
Well, I think I need to be clear that we do review the plans that are submitted. We will be leading the projects where the city is responsible for the widening, for example. What I was trying to capture is that the decision-making of the priorities related, linking that to development timelines or when we're achieving a certain level of substantial completion, things like that. Those are all based on metrics that are from our urban planning and economy department that leads the development of the city from that perspective.
But I guess
right?
identifying gaps in the infrastructure of existing roads. And I only have 12 seconds left.
That's all.
Yes, we play a role in the existing infrastructure once it belongs to the city.
Once it belongs to the city. Okay, okay, my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. So another question I had is where and how are we mapping condition assessments and associated increases in operational costs? And like, how are we, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think we all know that the longer we wait for maintenance, operations, the faster things fall into disrepair, the more that costs on the operational side. I think we all theoretically know that, but like, where is that described? And how are we showing that? How are we embedding that into decision making?
So first, I'll acknowledge that, yes, like as condition of our assets degrade, operating costs will increase if we're looking to maintain the assets in an acceptable condition. I think we've addressed, where do we document it? I think some of our structural budget variants have tried to capture that in expanding number of assets, the pressures that it puts on our maintenance teams to maintain their level of service, their reliability. We capture it in, let's say, the number of potholes that we fix on the arterial roadway network. Yeah, so Stacy mentions that it appears in the operating budget through trending, and yeah, that's where like some of the budget variances would be captured, and we adjust it over time based on our experience, and so we try to capture that, and I think some of the adjustments have been made with council, understanding how the budgets needs to shift to address, to be able to compensate for some of that impact, right?
Okay, yeah, I think that's a really important piece, but also kind of hard to succinctly capture. I know, I believe we had a report, I think it was again that transit report that talked about because of the life or the age of our fleet, we're seeing more cost per kilometer potentially for running our buses because of the increased operational costs. I guess I'm trying to see if we're applying that same principle kind of across the organization and trying to get a better understanding. Like, we've quantified our renewal gap and we've been able to start place a number on that, but I'm also trying to understand like how far are we falling on the operational side and how much more are we paying on the operational side because of the gap that we currently have.
Yeah, so definitely like some assets are more mature in that understanding, and as you mentioned, ETS has been able to actually put a number to that. We've had conversations with more at the portfolio level, but with PARS and with Parks and Roads Services and with Fleet and Facility Services to see as part of their budget, because this is where they have a base budget for the number of assets that they have, and they try to manage within that. And so there has been ongoing conversation internally to see how do we need to address that through structural budget variances or through like the base budget conversation that are going to be happening with council in March. But the reality is that we have not necessarily captured it in the way I think you're looking for, maybe as structured as like an operating impact of capital. We haven't, but yeah, go ahead and climb.
Maybe just to interject, is that work that is sort of already underway? Is that a worthwhile body of work that could help support our broader approach? It's something I'm interested in, so I just wanted to throw it back to you folks.
Well, I think I was going to add that my understanding is the total cost of ownership is not just the total cost of new assets, but also of existing assets as well. So I think that'll be incorporated as part of that work, unless I don't understand that yet.
So maybe it's something, Councillor Salvador, that we're best to take away and work with our colleagues, and perhaps we could come back with a memo to respond to your question, to see what it is that we are articulating and what might be the gaps that we would need to look at.
Okay, I would be interested in that. and just with my remaining 30 seconds, to be fair, I feel like I've asked a lot about total cost of ownership, and I'm wondering if there's just an opportunity for that to come forward as a report so we can actually have a conversation about it. I know that work is happening administratively. I know that's happening in the background. I think we've already received one memo on it. I would find value in that.
Noted from FCS.
Okay, I might work on a motion for that. Thank you.
Are you working on a motion for
I'm actively going to try to work on a motion for that.
for this item?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Paquette?
Well, I was going to receive for information, but if there's a motion coming, we can hold off on that. Yeah, no worries. I just wanted to ask the question, I think I already know the answer, but our state of infrastructure, our ratios and things like that, how does that compare to widely recognized best practices?
The five categories is very consistent with other practices across Canada, and like I was familiar with it coming into Edmonton, but I'll ask the team.
And maybe, Councillor Baggett, just to clarify, you're looking to understand how we're doing with the current state or using the 5 states of like
both.
Both, okay. So yeah, so definitely, as Sarah was mentioning, using a systems that rates from very good to very poor is very standard best practices, not only in Canada, but other jurisdictions around the world. Within each asset type, so how we rate a facility to be good versus a road to be good, that's part of the asset-specific development of those processes. Again, we follow best practices. We're involved in different industry and other jurisdiction kind of reviews of those. When it comes to the state of condition, that is where it's much harder to compare. There's always apples and oranges involved in it, but overall, the state and condition of Edmonton's infrastructure is good. It can be better and worse than other cities. Always very hard to compare, but having less than 10%. More or less, 10% of our assets in very poor to poor is a good measure of our investments.
Yeah, and it's about maximizing, I would assume, the dollar to the state of repair, so that we're always, where we're, like, for example, I remember hearing way back when a councillor asking, why aren't our roads in better state across the city? And the answer at the time was, they could be, but that may not be the optimum use of tax dollars. There's a certain level of essentially decay that is allowable, and if you are constantly trying to have a perfect road, you're kind of burning money.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I would say when you dive in, of course, there's assets that we need to replace, and we highlighted a couple of them. But at a portfolio level, having the average be good, I've never seen that in my career, and 10% is pretty good. So I think what we're saying as administration is that we need to stay on top of it and not let it fall, because there's so many assets in this portfolio that once it starts to go, it's really hard to get back. But the overall picture of the state and condition report, Edmonton has done really effective work over time to get to this point. This is a good report card, if I can put it that way.
And that's,
but the risk is there's so many things in it, it can get much worse quickly.
Yeah, don't rest on your laurels. And that's sort of the other question I had, is that media might be looking at this, or the public, and the report will be like, it'll take just the snapshot of the year and say only 54% of Edmonton's infrastructure is in good condition. Therefore, 43.7 is not in good condition. Whereas that's not really, I mean, it's technically correct, which is the best kind of correct, but it doesn't really tell the story, right?
And I think sometimes you do strategic things. Like, I know the term run to failure scares people, but sometimes we might, like, it also, I've dealt with in my career where we fix something up and the next year people voted to close it. that's also not a good use of money. So the best use of in an asset management program is keeping the things in good condition that we know we're going to need for a long time.
Yeah.
And so we want to make sure that we're supporting those things to stay in gooder condition. But some assets, we might choose a strategy of running these ones to failure because eventually we won't use them.
Yeah, and looking at our chart from 2003 to today, it's remarkably fairly stable. A few high points where we got a little nervous, a few low points where we celebrated, but we're pretty much right on par. We just have to keep our eye on the prize there, right?
And if I can just add, Councillor Paquette, that it's important to understand that fair condition assets are operating safely and deliver the service. They are that category that we're watching, but it doesn't mean that the road is unusable or that the rec center isn't available for the public. And so we need to make sure that those are interpreted appropriately as well.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. And I'm sorry if I missed this or not. Do we have a rank order list? Who's up for renewal next?
We are working on those to be part of the 2730 budget by asset type and subcategories. Yeah.
Right. And that will basically say we recommend spending X amount of dollars on projects 1 through 7, and then we recommend projects 8 through 13 have to wait till the next 4-year budget.
That's correct.
Okay. And is there a chance that we'll be able to see that before the 4-year budget?
Something we can take away as we're looking at what the budget process is at this point in time.
Even broad strokes in some of the higher value areas, I think, because this is amazing. This is really helpful, and I was looking at some of the pieces, and I was like, for example, on roads, expected life of roads 33 years. Is that correct? 20. I'm reading it. I can't tell if I'm reading it correctly. It says average age is 43, expected life 33 on page 27.
Without looking specifically, every different type of road has a different life cycle depending on its construction type. But on average, yes, we can expect about 30 years before we need to start investing in those assets.
Interesting, because just through this snow and ice cycle, we have really unforgiving winter in Edmonton, and having that number now that I can use to communicate with Edmontonians is super helpful. Even a ballpark, because I'd heard it was closer to 40 or 50, but maybe that's more Arizona. With no snow.
We also do invest in these assets over their lives, so a 30-year life, but we do a midlife, which then extends that life to continue that asset on.
So assuming you're getting your sealant and your cavities filled, et cetera, you're going to get 33 years out of those molars. Okay. Terrible metaphors to mix. I guess so we're going to hopefully have a list. What my goal is that we'll be able to go to Edmontonians and say, here's our 13 bridges. These are the bridges we're going to be going to each in chronological order, assuming nothing changes and assuming, whether, where doesn't really, but giving people a sense of where the capital plan is, and they can kind of have a sense of that, and then all the way down the line with our rec centers, with everything else. Like, we made the decision to run Scona Pool to failure, but I don't know where we're at with some of the rinks, some of the other pools, some of the other facilities.
So, Councillor Jans, the challenge here is that those lists will be dependent on the budget allocations, which council is going to determine through the budget deliberations. And so what you're talking about is something that we would normally do after the budget is approved, not before it is, because at this point in time, we can talk about hypothetically 6 projects, but depending on the decisions that are made during budget deliberations, we might have 7 or we might have 5. And so we can certainly provide information to support the budget deliberations, but before we commit publicly to suggesting that these are the projects that are moving forward, I believe the budget needs to be approved, and then we are in a position to say, this is what we'll be looking to do in the next 4 years.
Okay, and so I'm trying to think about, we can't build you a new rec center right now because we're having to look after these 3 or 4 other rec centers so they don't risk decline or component failure. That conversation we may be able to have in advance of budget, or maybe not. Like, I'm just trying to figure out how do we manage expectations as best as possible with the community before we get to November and everything's right in front of us.
I think it's through the budget process, and this is where like the capital investment outlook tried to convey the fact that we are going to prioritize renewal above all else, with exception of high safety, mandated, legislated, obligations that we have. And so the main part of the conversation with council, I believe, will be around that, spending all of the dollars towards renewal. And we can certainly provide you with a sense of what we expect that renewal to be, but we won't be in a position to say this is the program, because we don't know what the budget is until deliberations are going. And so it's an iterative process that we can work through together, right?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador, I think you have a motion. Please go ahead.
I do. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think I'm ready to move this, and clerk should have the wording. So I'll move the administration return to committee with report on the work to date for the total cost of ownership project.
Thank you. And would you like to just give a quick introduction to that?
Yeah, just briefly, I think the total cost of ownership project is an incredibly important body of work that's happening administratively to look at how we can better account for and better understand the complete life cycle costs of our capital assets. I think we've talked a lot, even just today, about how important it is to have a complete picture of not only the capital outset and dollars that we're putting towards new projects, but to have a better understanding of what that means for future renewal needs, operational costs, etc. So I would be very interested in having just a check-in report be able to come to committee so that we can have a larger just conversation about this, given how important it is and given how it, I think, ties into some very important conversations that we're going to be having going into our budget. So I'll just leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Do committee members or council have any questions on the motion on the floor? Seeing none. Anybody to speak to the motion on the floor? Okay. Councillor Salvador, do you have anything to close? Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. And that is carried. And with that, we will move on to items 7.3 and 7.4. I do have a question. It says that they're dealt with together, but it does look like the presentations are quite distinct. Do we know why it was this an agenda review committee to deal with them together?
I can reach out and find out for you. I'm not, no.
Does admin have any?
We're finding them separate.
They feel like very separate reports. So can the chair make the call to separate them?
With unanimous consent, you
Do I have
can separate
unanimous
them.
consent of committee? Okay, perfect. So we will just move on to 7.3 then for this moment. Sorry for anybody that was excited to talk about 7.4. You're up next. Okay, and please just, and then, before we go to, because we have splitted these for discussion, I know we have public speakers that registered. Can I just get clarification from Mr. Estrada if he wanted to speak on this, on 7.3 or 7.4?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mr. Estrada, are you online? Mr. Estrada? Do we see him online? I don't see him.
He appears to be online.
Okay, Eric Estrada, last call. And my understanding is that Brooks was unable to stay for the afternoon, so he's not here anyway. So Brooks is not online either, right?
I don't see the second speaker.
Yeah, they
And just to clarify, they did both register for 7.3.
They did register. Okay, that's perfect. Then we'll just have them speak after this presentation. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Please take it away with your presentation whenever you are ready.
Thank you. Our next presentation relates to the 2026 Traffic Management Plan. The presentation today includes additional details not included in the report, as many of the details are time sensitive and subject to change. The presentation will outline what we heard in 2025 and how we're integrating that feedback in a plan for an improved 2026 season. We will also walk through the 2026 Infrastructure Projects Plan and provide key information about the status and any traffic mitigations. As this topic touches multiple areas within administration, we are joined today from colleagues from our Urban Planning and Economy Department and City Operations. Urban Planning and Economy leads the traffic modeling on behalf of the city and leads in coordination of infrastructure projects connected to subdivision and development activities in new growth areas. And City Operations leads in the overall day-to-day traffic monitoring operations citywide, including everything from traffic signal timing adjustments, reviewing of project-level traffic management plans, as well as the administration of the city's on-street construction and maintenance process, otherwise known as the OSCAM process. Next slide. Before we present the 2026 plan, I want to sincerely acknowledge the feedback we received and the construction fatigue and disruption felt by residents and businesses from our multi-year program. We understand this is challenging and we appreciate your patience. This challenge is a direct consequence of an unprecedented investment that is transforming our city and securing a modern, resilient mobility network for decades to come. We are listening to your concerns. This plan is a direct response to that feedback. This is an adaptive plan, and we are committed to making continuous monitoring, evaluation, and adjustment, making changes even after projects begin, based on our observations and ongoing feedback we expect to receive. We are entering the 2026 season with a heightened awareness and sensitivity for how traffic restrictions affect the public. Our goal is to instill confidence through a careful, integrated approach we will now present. Next slide. Our 2026 plan is an integrated, proactive, and coordinated approach built on 5 strategic priorities that you see on this slide. We are improving sequencing of our projects. This includes finding opportunities to reduce overlap and knock-on effects between projects. We're prioritizing innovation. We're working with industry on opportunities to accelerate work using innovative design and novel constructability techniques. We have proactive operational coordination, including operational teams in the project planning early to minimize disruption and mitigate safety issues. We've improved integration, early and frequent engagement with developers and utility companies to integrate their work plans with the city's infrastructure program. We are also focused on better communication, on finding new opportunities for proactive discussions with community and businesses, as well as improved messaging and notifications to commuters. These 5 priorities frame the 2026 Traffic Management Plan. Jason will now walk us through the detailed context and execution of this work.
Next slide, please. Thank you. To begin to frame our traffic management plan for 2026, we started by examining the multiple factors that led to a challenging 2025. That continued to exert pressure on our traffic network leading into 2026. Effectively, what were our lessons learned? First, our ambitious capital program continues to be the driving influence, anchored by transformational projects like Valley Line and Yellowhead, and then layering on an additional 80-plus transportation projects with varying degrees of impacts, contributing significantly to the experience and feedback that we heard. Many of these projects are multi-year projects with extended construction seasons. Second, the City of Edmonton and the region has experienced significant population growth, which directly translates to traffic growth. This is putting pressure on budgets, service levels, and the overall traffic demands of our mobility network. Growth hit a 20-year high of 5.7% between 2023 and 2024, and Edmonton's population is forecast to have grown another 2.8% between 24 and 25, and is expected to grow another 1.6% growth between 25 and 26. What does this all mean? It means 80,000 new drivers over recent years. Third, we are seeing a return to pre-pandemic travel patterns, which has a direct consequence in increasing our peak hour congestion and traffic along many key corridors. It is important to understand that traffic management is a complex and dynamic process that extends far beyond city projects. Network efficiency is impacted by a number of additional variables, which include coordinating essential utility work, both planned and emergent, construction by private developers in some of the growth areas of the city, and the handling of external factors like special events or civic events, weather conditions, and emergency closures. Next slide, please. Planning ahead and anticipating operational changes is a core component of informing our 2026 plan. Our focus here is on minimizing disruption and mitigating safety issues by proactively including our city operations teams embedding them into our integrated infrastructure services teams early in the process during planning and design. This coordination is supported by a number of tactical measures, including first, completing more frequent traffic modeling to understand and test network performance to ensure we can protect the level of service on key corridors as much as possible. Second, when congestion is anticipated, assessing the risk of shortcutting and planning proactive traffic calming, for example, speed bumps or signage, to mitigate these circumstances. Third, strengthening our safety design and construction accommodation for vulnerable road users in active work zones to ensure a multimodal approach to our response plan. Fourth, regular monitoring of the performance of our signal timings and proactively and reactively making iterative adjustments throughout the life cycle of our projects to support traffic flow as travel patterns shift. And then last, providing clear, early communication and expanding our outreach to residents in neighborhoods and businesses adjacent to our significant projects. Next slide, please. Enhancing our communication capabilities and approach will be a strong focus and a critical component to the execution of our 2026 plan. Our objective is to move beyond reactive information and actively help Edmontonians stay informed and navigate the city more effectively in real time. This includes opportunities for more broader community discussions, finding opportunities for advanced and regular conversations with communities, neighborhoods, and the business community. Local construction bulletins will be circulated by construction teams, and we will be hosting project-specific in-person events to provide advanced information about the project and its impacts. The Downtown Capital Projects Integration Manager position, which we spoke with Council about previously, is a new centralized role with administration. This position has been filled and is actively working at this time. This role assesses risks and seeks out mitigations to balance the needs of the project team, as well as incorporating feedback directly from residents and businesses. This role acts as a key liaison and primary contact for external partners to share information and escalate concerns and issues. We will use multiple digital channels for timely, comprehensive messaging, including our Building Edmonton website, our dedicated project websites, and various project newsletters, like the new Downtown Construction newsletter, which was introduced late in 2025. We will also use media notices, social media, business wayfinding, and both static and dynamic roadside signs. We will also be providing real-time traffic support by maintaining the city's traffic disruptions map and sharing updates directly to major navigation tools like Apple Maps and Google Maps. Next slide. As shared previously with Council, the city uses computer models to inform growth planning and traffic management. These models are powerful tools that help assess and test scenarios related to everything from long-term infrastructure planning to more nuanced detour planning and signal timings. For the 2026 plan, modeling evaluated the cumulative effect of construction projects to better understand the network's resilience and areas of expected congestion. The modeling process is resource intensive and requires a high level of collaboration, requiring inputs from multiple areas, including our own city infrastructure plans related to roads, bridges, and transit, and active transportation, but also planned utility projects related to EPCOR and ACO with anticipated traffic impacts. Lastly, it also includes input from our developer arterial projects, focusing on project locations where traffic impacts are anticipated. We also included population and employment growth statistics to better reflect the traffic volumes added to the network in recent years, as well as changing travel patterns, as mentioned earlier in the presentation. The exercise involves iteratively testing of scenarios to understand the impacts and adjust where feasible, to test the network, to battle-proof it, to test the network, we focused on the following parameters. Scenarios were selected utilizing a worst-case perspective of fall 2025 and fall 2026, when primary, secondary, and graduate schools are operating at full capacity and construction is at its peak impact. We also reviewed AM and PM weekday peak hours when congestion is also at its highest. And we also looked at all overlapping assumptions between city, developer, and utility projects to ensure a robust and comprehensive assessment of impacts. Next slide, please. While results will vary by day, by month, and by season, we focused on specific areas of the network that showed unique results. In particular, a few examples and learnings from the modeling include, first, in areas where we expect an improved level of service, or in other words, where we anticipate less delays and congestion. We noticed that on Yellowhead Trail between 97th and 121 Street, that as construction progresses, that we will see reduced congestion east of 121 Street. However, this traffic is expected to shift further west to the intersection at 127th Street. So effectively, you're just moving the traffic down the road. 104th Avenue between 105th Street and 121 Street is also identified as showing improvement. Although this area remains an active construction area as part of the Valley Line West LRT project, the core road work, including 2 lanes in each direction, is essentially complete and in its final configuration. The third example is White Mud Drive between Anthony Henday Drive to 215th Street is showing an improvement of level of service, although this is a direct response of the impact as part of the planned closure of White Mud Drive west of 215th Street that'll happen later this summer. Conversely, locations where we saw a decreased level of service, in other words, areas where we anticipate greater delays and congestion, would include 215th Street, both north and south of White Mud Drive. And this is much for the same reason that I mentioned with White Mud Drive west of 215th Street being proposed to be closed, as that traffic will be redistributed along outside the network, both north and south of White Mud Drive. And also to mention and identify that south of White Mud Drive, there are a number of planned developer arterial projects in that area. 50th Street at Anthony Henday Drive will see increased congestion due to a redistribution of traffic also from developer arterial projects, including the closure of 17th Street and the closure of 41 Avenue east of Ewing Trail. And then the last example that we wanted to highlight is 41 Avenue east of QE2 Highway. This road closure is expected to place more pressure on the surrounding network, including the Nisku Spine Road and Ewing Trail. The results of the traffic modeling helped shape the traffic management plan presented here today. It is important to acknowledge that the modeling results demonstrate a point in time and are highly susceptible to changes. As mentioned, it is resource intensive to undertake these modeling scenarios, and we do expect to periodically update and test them again later in the year as new or amended project details emerge. Next slide, please. Over the next few slides, I will walk you through the traffic network and projects planned for 2026, starting with the higher capacity roadways, including expressways and our freeways, followed by our arterial network, highlighting the city, developer, and utility projects. And lastly, I will provide an update of projects in the downtown area. Next slide, please. First, although no work is directly occurring on the main line itself of Anthony Henday Drive Ring Road, there are a number of city projects intersecting Anthony Henday Drive, including the Capital Line at 111th Street, or west of 111th Street, and the Valley Line LRT projects near 87th Avenue. As well, the city is in the procurement stages of Twilliger Drive, Anthony Henday Drive interchange, which is also known as Stage 3. Projects are generally accommodated in construction zones and with speed reductions only. In other words, no lane reductions are planned as part of this work. The work is isolated in specific locations with short-term impacts. We do anticipate there will be times during construction where we will have to facilitate things like lane reductions and closures for things like girder erections, although these are likely to occur off-peak during weekends or at night. Second, Whitemud Drive will see its final year of traffic impacts between 119th Street and 53rd Avenue as part of Twilliger Stage 2. Traffic remains operating at 2 lanes in each direction with a construction zone speed reduction. Completion is expected this fall, providing much anticipated relief for this area, returning full capacity as well as the benefit of new added lane capacity not existing before the project started. Third, Yellowhead Trail will continue to see similar impacts to previous years with consistent lane reductions, 2 lanes in each direction, and construction speed zone reductions. Further east along the corridor, the Beverly Bridge rehabilitation over the North Saskatchewan River is entering its final year and will be completed this fall. And a new directional road built late last fall will support the upcoming 2-year 17th Street Northwest Bridge deck replacement project starting this year. This will allow for, similarly, a continuous 2 lanes in each direction throughout the project in a construction zone speed reduction. Next slide. Arterial roadways may have less capacity individually when compared with freeways and expressways. However, their larger inventory carries a significantly higher amount of traffic volume. The traffic impacts related to city projects within the arterial network include 87th Avenue between 159th Street and Anthony Henday Drive. This will be a major focus of the Valley Line West LRT project in 2026. This includes the intersections at 170th Street and 178th Street, which carry significant high volumes of traffic north-south. We are actively in discussions with Marigold on their 2026 traffic management plan, leveraging the lessons learned from the 2025 accelerated intersection work, while continuing to strike a balance between their productivity and anticipated traffic impacts. Similarly, 111th Street south of 23rd Avenue is a busy construction corridor as work advances on the Capital Line LRT extension. Traffic continues to operate with 2 lanes north and south between 23rd Avenue and Anthony Henday Drive. The reconstruction of 95th Avenue between 163rd and 170th Street in the West End is entering its final season and will finish this fall. This route has been a critical part of the West End network as a parallel route to the traffic impacts from the Valley Line West work on Stony Plain Road and 87th Avenue. 95th Avenue will continue to operate with 1 lane in each direction during construction, and the construction west of 170th Street to 178th Street was completed last year and is now operating at full capacity. The last project I want to identify is a culvert replacement project that is being proposed as part of its deteriorated condition on 34th Street at Fulton Creek, north of Whitemud Drive. This work is being deferred into late fall to limit any risk of overlapping projects. We are replacing the existing culvert with a concrete precast culvert, which allows for an accelerated construction schedule. This project is expected to last only 2 months, and as a result of using that innovative design solution of a precast concrete design. The project is also anticipated to utilize contract incentives to allow for early completion. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, go back. You're one ahead. There we go. Sorry. Developer arterial roadways are expected to have a busy construction year. These projects can be more difficult to plan and analyze as the timing of this work is often subject to market conditions. Based on our current understanding of developer commitments, we have a number of locations where we anticipate disruptive traffic impacts due to planned road closures. Starting in the northeast quadrant, work will wrap up at the 167th Avenue and 66th Street roundabout, with smaller segments of both 167th Avenue and 66th Street carrying over into 2026. We also anticipate work starting on Meridian Street north of 153rd Avenue, pending the resolution of some land issues. Shifting to the next quadrant, the northwest has a significant number of projects planned along the 215th Street corridor, 23rd Avenue, or Garden Valley Road, or Maskaskowicks, sorry, I pronounced that wrong, way, Whitemud Drive, and 231st Street. The combination of all these projects are expected to contribute to a large amount of redistribution of traffic in this area, in this fast-growing area. In the southwest quadrant, work continues along 170th Street south of Ambleside Way, extending to 41 Avenue Southwest. along with work planned along 41 Avenue Southwest west of QE2. Shifting to the southeast quadrant, or final one, the closure of 41 Avenue east of Ewing Trail and the planned closure of 17th Street north and south of Anthony Henday Drive are anticipated to redistribute traffic to the Anthony Henday Drive and 50th Street interchange as identified in the traffic modeling mentioned earlier. Next slide. An unprecedented amount of information has been exchanged between administration and EPCOR and ECHO to understand their 2026 planned projects. Based on the number of locations, we are not able to display them effectively on this map like the other slides. In the process to integrate our work plan, we have filtered utility projects with traffic restrictions that include a duration of more than 2 weeks. So this isn't all of them. This resulted in approximately 37 EPCOR water projects, 34 EPCOR distribution projects, and 7 ATCO projects. Generally, utility projects are shorter in duration, but their traffic impacts are felt like any other construction project. The enhanced integration work completed between the utility companies and the City of Edmonton has allowed us to identify work in high-risk traffic areas and has allowed us to recommend deferral of a few EPCOR projects planned along the 107th Avenue corridor. 107th Avenue corridor, you may recall, is a critical parallel detour route providing relief as a result of the Wellington Bridge closure, as well as the permanent lane reductions on Stony Plain Road as part of the Valley Line West LRT project. It is important to acknowledge that a significant portion of the traffic impacts do occur as a result of emergency and unplanned utility work. So although this is the list today, we do expect it to change. There are unknown, this emergent work is largely unknown and handled on a case-by-case basis through the city's administration of its OSCAM process. Next slide. Finally, I would like to walk through the work expected in and around the downtown core, starting with our road work. As mentioned previously, we are continuing to discuss the details of Marigold's traffic management plans for the 102nd Avenue corridor between 102 and 108th Street. This segment of the project is one of the least progressed areas of the Valley Line LRT project and requires a substantial amount of work. Imagine Jasper Avenue is entering year 2 of 3. With each section and each year, we anticipate lessons learned will result in more seamless, predictable, and efficient progress. The contractor is incentivized for early completion, and we are expected improved productivity this year in anticipation of limiting any carry-forward work into the final year. 106 and 107th Street work, which is the work encompassing O'Damon Park, is progressing. The pace and timeline is largely influenced by the need to incorporate nearby private development work, but it is expected to be complete by the fall of this year. Shifting closer to City Hall, work continues on the 103rd Avenue Pedway and Judy Padua Way behind the Milner Library. The China Gate is also expected to be erected this year, which is anticipated to include a road closure for up to 6 weeks. However, the time and duration has not been confirmed as of the date of this report. Finally, for bridges, we are continuing to work with our industry partners to accelerate Wellington Bridge reconstruction. We've held workshops to analyze potential opportunities to reduce the timing of this work. It is expected to be complete this fall, but the project team understands the urgency to complete this work as quickly as possible, respecting safety and the quality of the work. Dawson Bridge is expected to wrap up this spring, largely unnoticed because much of the work was staged innovatively off the bridge to reduce the traffic impacts for that project. 112th Avenue over Wayne Gretzky Drive Bridge is scheduled for rehabilitation. This is the lone new project I'd identify in 2026. This project is scheduled to take 2 years to complete. The project scope has allowed for this project to be staged to avoid a full closure, which maintains 1 lane of traffic in each direction. The bridge is anticipated to be reopened during the winter months when construction productivity makes work less efficient. Lastly, and most notably not on the list, is another project I'd like to identify, and that's the low-level bridge northbound project, which includes structural repairs and repainting. This project was originally planned for 2026 and has been deferred to 2027. The deferral is a direct response to an opportunity where we could mitigate traffic impacts in and out from the downtown in 2026. Next slide. So what does this all mean? To conclude, I would like to leave you with a quick summary of the overview of our traffic management plan. Our plan is primarily informed by large multi-year projects like Valley Line West LRT and Yellowhead Trail, with our focus this year squarely on carry forward work from 2025 and minimizing new projects. Our plan is to finish what we started. We have taken intentional, strategic steps to protect critical routes where possible, specifically by deferring the low-level bridge northbound and working with EPCOR to defer projects along 107th Avenue. Further, we have taken steps to enhance our communications regarding traffic impacts by providing a new construction downtown bulletin and the new role that I mentioned, the downtown integration manager. Council's endorsement of the accelerated full closures last year provided a successful innovation that we are continuing to explore similar opportunities in 2026. We are committed with industry partners to explore similar ideas to accelerate timing and mitigate traffic disruption to commuters as well as businesses, in particular along multi-year projects where there is a high risk of construction fatigue. Finally, we look forward to the significant relief coming this fall when the conclusion of several major noteworthy projects will be complete, including our Wellington Bridge project, 95th Avenue in the West End, and Twilliger Drive Stage 2 along White Mud Drive. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And I will just go to the public speakers right now first. Eric Estrada, are you online? I see
Chair Rutherford, he appears to be online, but he's not responding.
Yes, I'll call one more time for Eric Estrada. Okay, and then again, Brooks Merritt, who is still not online, correct? Yeah, and like I said, I did receive information that he would not be coming back this afternoon. Okay, with that, and I think we'll, if he is available on 7.4, I'll grant leniency on what he says on that item. Okay, I will go to Councillor Jans, who selected this item first.
Thank you for this. I will defer to my colleagues who may have more specific questions about specific routes or locations, but just wondering, I'm thinking a lot about the experience like the lessons learned that we had with the, it's the 76 Ave Belgravia build, and I think we've had a road closure for or at least a calendar year. Now, my understanding is this couldn't have been prevented because they didn't know some factors about the alleyway and access to the site, etc. But is there a ceiling, or is there some sort of like preemptive OSCAM work that can be done to prevent other road closures?
I'll get our colleagues from City Operations. Jessica.
Hi, Councillor. Filling in for Caitlin Zerbeski for Branch Manager of Parks and Roads. Ultimately, the group takes a look at OSCAMs when they come in and work with all the partners to try and avoid those kinds of pileups. Unfortunately, as you've mentioned, when there are unforeseen circumstances or emergencies that come forward, a little hard to proactively avoid those. So they try to mitigate those as best they can with everybody involved, push things to off-peak or weekend work as much as possible. But in the event that we cannot avoid it, they're just looking to create the very best detour scenario they can in those circumstances.
And I wondered, when's the last time we reviewed our fees?
They're actually in the process of reviewing those right now, I believe in advance of the next 4-year budget.
Okay, because I believe and I don't think I'm saying anything but out of order, but I believe that the reason that they chose to close the 76 Ave roadway was because there was transmission lines in the alleyway that equipment couldn't get under, and it was deemed the cost of bearing those lines would have been cost prohibitive. But at what point is the blocking a road for thousands of commuters, minutes every day, hours every day, at what point do those two cancel out? And do we have that? Do we have the cost of impact factored correctly? I guess, and maybe that's the review, maybe that's something else.
Councillor, I am familiar with the intersection you're talking about. I think that's really, like, when we think about this plan, the things that influence traffic are, there's so many variables, it's not just one. And so that's really what we're trying to do. And one of the things I think that isn't listed in the plan, or that we didn't go through today, but it's really about that culture of all of us talking to each other and making sure that we understand what's going on. Because to the resident, who often doesn't, you know, I get questions all the time about projects that I find out later are not our projects, but it doesn't matter. It impacts your day-to-day life, and so how are we working very closely? And you'll see up here we have all different departments here working on, you know, from the permitting side, from the communication side, from the urban planning side, and from our own projects for the city. What is that experience for the resident? And I think when you're talking about lessons learned, Councillor, I think the other lesson that we're paying attention to as administration is, you know, what have our colleagues in Parks and Roads seen lately on snow removal, and how do we mobilize communication work that we've been doing to ensure that we apply that to traffic at the same time that we've upped our game on communications.
I guess my question would be, I'm glad everyone's communicating and talking to each other, but who ultimately is the decision maker?
Yeah, at the end of the day, an OSCAM permit is what you need to do the work on the road. So they could say yes or no.
And OSCAM is housed under?
It's under Parks and Road Services, yes.
Okay. I'll leave it there for now. I think others have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Mayor Nax on the board. Did you have to, are you time sensitive, or is it okay if I go first?
Oh, no, go right ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I guess what I'm struggling with this report is, what do I convey back to Edmontonians? And so, for example, it says that the project management plan includes improved integration, advance and regular engagement with developers and utility companies to understand the construction work plans, blah, blah, blah. We have been told for the last 4 years that that's already done. That is not new work. So I'm struggling to say what is new about this plan in some of these instances. And I get it was really hard to write this into this report with such complex pieces and so much still moving, actively moving and changing day by day. But I'm really struggling with what we can go back and tell Edmontonians, that they, what will they see, feel, experience different this year in the construction season than they did last year? And where may they also maybe just have to accept that there's probably going to be a pinch point on, St. Albert Trail, and there's really little we can do about it this year. Can you walk me through that? Because I don't get that from this report or this presentation.
I think one of the things Jason mentioned was that we have unprecedented information. And so I think the level of detail that our partners, including, and I want to give credit to EPCOR and to ATCO, have shared for their plans coming up.
Point of privilege, sorry. I don't know, I think it's DCM Nichols speaking, but it's really staticky.
I just turned off my mic, so try again.
Thank you, Councillor. I think one of the things that Jason spoke about was the unprecedented level of sharing between our organizations.
Sorry. I can't hear.
Sorry, can you just pause my time, Madam Clerk?
Let's see if we can get this sorted. We'll just give us a minute. Thank you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
I was just, sorry, this is Dave. I was just checking to make sure that it wasn't from from something we changed at lunchtime, but we sound good.
For now, yes.
Okay,
I think
and
it's just the DCM Nichols mic.
yeah, and where she's trying a different mic right now, so let's test that one, and then Councillor Tang, if you can let us know if it's better.
Testing, Councillor Tang, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Okay, so we'll just sort of give some time back for to restart that answer of that question. So you were saying the unprecedented information. Please
Right.
take it away.
There is an unprecedented level of information being shared in terms of plans for the upcoming years, and a lot of credit to our partners in utilities for sharing. I think it's allowed us to do a few things like preserve the corridor on 107th, knowing that there's significant impact still of the multi-year projects that we have going on. I think the other point is really talking about our communication strategies. And so I know our colleagues in operations are looking at how do we leverage the notification tools so that people can have notifications on key routes that they sign up. How are we pushing information very proactively out to communities ahead of time? And so that's what's going to be different. I will say quite honestly to council, we went through the modeling. We still have a lot of projects going on in the city of Edmonton. Will there be disruptions? Yes. I think that's part of the challenge of a growing city is that we need to fix things. We need to build them to make things better into the future. But the work on roads is typically not without disruption. And so meanwhile, we are also working to incentivize innovation. And so Jason talked a little bit about what was happening on the Dawson Bridge to move things off of the bridge deck. I know that we've been working very closely with our contractors, knowing Wellington Bridge it has been a major issue. And one of the things about that project is it was originally scheduled to be 24 months. We have so far reduced the time limit of the project to 14.
So this is really great information that is nowhere for me to refer back to. Do you see the challenge that I'm facing, right? Like, we might not be able to solve all things, but here are, 5, and there's 2, right? Like the delay of the low level. That's a good example, right? We're going to communicate more proactively. Okay, that's a good example. But those are really all I have out of this report. So is there a way to actually get that? Because we need to be able to relay that to Edmontonians.
Thank you, Councillor. And if I can offer, part of our communication strategy will be to equip all of you with information, and we can send a memo with some of those kind of handout and key messages that you might need to speak about things going on in your ward.
Yeah, and not just our ward, the city as a whole, because most people don't just commute in one section of the city. Perfect. Thank you for that. And then one of the other things that I hear a lot about is around the OSCAM permits, about them being issued, and then somebody's doing construction, and then they just leave cones on the road, and then those cones are there, there's no activity for 2 weeks. How are we addressing that?
Councillor, if you give me a moment, I'll get the team to give me a response on what our operational response is.
Okay, yeah, I'll come back for a second round.
I can start on that in general, if you'd like.
You know what? I'm close to 20 seconds. So probably going to be a quicker, no longer response. So I will monitor myself accordingly and come back for a second round. But please keep that in mind, Mr. McEwen. Okay, Councillor Mayor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And in fact, you don't even have to keep it in mind, because I'm going to ask I'm going to ask you to answer that, but add a little bit more, because I understand there are times where, I'm not the technical expert, but the crews have come in to set the road base, and it needs to be 4 or 5 days before they come and do the top layer. This leads back to the communication. How are we more what is the plan around the more proactive communication? Because I want to give an example. What we saw on snow and ice control in the last week has been incredible. It helped provide understanding of what we're doing, why we're doing it, how we're doing it, why we're doing this versus that. And I know we have a lot of projects, but I think we need that level of communication on these projects. That needs to be on the Facebook page. It needs to be, hey, we're starting this project, and for 2 weeks you're not going to see anyone on site because X is happening. That's the question I think I want to ask maybe Mr. McEwen, Ms. Nichols, whoever wants to jump in on how we're going to communicate those types of things on an ongoing basis through the duration of the project.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot we can cover here. So if I could start on the communication, I feel like a lesson that we learned throughout January in snow and ice was we couldn't over-communicate enough. and we didn't in January. I feel like we did a good job in February communicating operational details on a lot of our social media channels, everything from like Facebook, X, Instagram, and we got a lot of positive feedback on that. We were also sending information directly to community leagues so they could post on their channels, and business groups. So we were trying to leverage those other networks by sharing, here's the content. So we did a lot of proactive communication, in addition to the councillor emails, but direct to the public. So Sarah and I and the teams were chatting about, we got positive feedback in terms of how this last round in Snow and Ice went. Like, how do we leverage exactly that? Like leveraging the community league so they can post it on those pages where people get information from. How do we leverage that tool that we use for parking ban notifications so we can direct push notifications, making sure we're following all the types of rules, but into those newsletters. So kind of trying to leverage those creative mechanisms of can't over communicate enough on these types of impactful things. We want to be careful not to flood all things everywhere, but being judicious with, these are really big things that people really care about. How do we get the information in the avenue that they're going to consume that information? So Facebook, I feel like we underestimated in January, but then started trying to use a little bit more here in February with positive results. So that's just a little bit on the communication.
Yeah, thanks. And so I guess the follow-up is, so, we're about to, so Project X is going to start on May 1st. We've decided in collaboration with the contractor that this won't be a 24/7 project. It's only going to be daytime hours. Here's why we didn't do this and we're doing this. Is that something we're thinking about communicating this time around for construction to make sure people understand? Like, we're going to be innovative. Sometimes we won't use that tool because this is a busy road, it can't support it, or this. Like, what does that look like this year? How's it going to be different?
I'm not sure we've given it that level of, I'll be honest, like, I'm not sure that we've really been that transparent around that, largely because the means and methods of a contractor's approach are theirs to begin with. We start getting ourselves in a little bit of trouble if we start being more directive with our contractors in terms of their approach.
So I don't think, what I'm not looking for is for us to direct that, but for us to say, a decision has been made on this project. We are choosing, the contractor is choosing to do X instead of Y. We gave them the option to do both. They've chosen this one. Here's why they're going to do this. Here's why we think that makes sense. And here's what you can expect over the next 3 months this project is going on.
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering about, if we can be a little more deliberate about the information we're sharing.
Absolutely, that's something we can share that as part of, we do pre-construction open houses with some of our more impactful projects, like our bridge work. We're going to do another one for Twilliger this year, and Yellowhead another one, and we can provide some of that information as part of the background. So when they drive by at 2 o'clock in the morning and they don't see any work happening, well, here's the reason why. And largely, we're working with an industry that has a workforce that also has their own constraints and their own abilities in terms of their access to people and manpower and equipment and things like that. So there are some very specific things that we can speak to the community about as to why that happens.
Yeah, Ms. Nicholas, were you going to jump in?
I would also say that one of the things I think Craig and I have been talking about a lot is because this is a full City of Edmonton effort in multiple departments. How do we make sure that our communications teams are really integrated on this file, knowing that this is a file that we need to be super proactive, but it's also a file that we get lots of questions on and that you get lots of questions on. And so, we're really talking about how do we have a Tiger team to be able to support that ongoing communication and to support that as things happen in real time, or if something comes up that there's an emergency utility thing and we need to adjust, that our teams are working really closely together and not in silos on traffic.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I'll come back around.
That's okay. I'm a generous chair. Unlike someone I know.
I'm not.
I know. Just kidding. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to jump to the proactive operational coordination, because I kind of want to give an example I think we could learn from, and then maybe an example that's coming up that I think we could take those learnings from that's kind of been described today. So when I look at the proactive, I mean, if we think about Wellington Bridge being closed and 102nd Ave, pretty obvious that traffic was going to be diverted. a little bit Stony Plain Road, but 107th, right? What I kind of saw was a lot of reactive measures. Like we got to traffic calming measure, like through neighborhoods, we got some signaling figured out, but it seemed like that happened after some complaints came in, or we saw that later on. That's my approach. That's what I thought. I've only been here a couple months, so give me that. And then 107th, it was, you know, if we're going to have that much more traffic, have we done anything to kind of help on safety on that road now that it's, you know, pretty much a freeway going downtown? So my take is that is there some opportunities? And then let me keep going for a second. If I look at all the things that outlined here in the West End, in the Deep West, we got 215th Street decreased service. We got 231 decreased. We got White Mud Extension. We got 87th Ave going from the Henday to 159th. And we got 95th Ave. Like, that's a lot. And I know it's been going on in the West End for a long time, but it's still going to be going on. And then we got to throw on all the EPCOR and ADCO projects that might get layered on there. And who knows where those kind of pop up and when they pop up and for how long. So I guess kind of my point is, you know, now when we're looking at that West End part, how do we take that proactive operational coordination approach when we go to communication, as the mayor pointed out, and really get into how am I going to get around in the West End now when all these things are going to be happening for another year?
I could probably get started on this. If I touch on the proactive stuff, I think that's exactly what we're trying to do with this report. And so like on slide 5, in terms of the proactive operational coordination, is really taking what are those neighborhood level impacts that we've seen, embed those into that project process. And so we're changing the timing of the signal lights. We're putting in those speed bumps, signage, detours, you know, traffic calming measures ahead of time, along with that, you know, meeting that expectation when it comes to communication in terms of this is coming, this is what we've done, here's why. It's not to say that we didn't do that before. We had a plan in place. I don't know if we necessarily communicated it to the degree that residents were expecting. And we also had like an iterative approach, like here's the plan, let's see how it goes and we can adjust. I think we'll be a little bit more deliberate in terms of like building each of those mitigation plans, understanding like, you know, how detouring works, being deliberate with those traffic calming measures as a part of the project and communicating the details about it like as early as we can so it's well understood. Here's the timing changes we've made. Here's the speed bumps, signage, detours, all those types of things. If I could touch on 107 a bit, that kind of segues into the OSCAM changes. You know, some of our utility partners and those who apply for OSCAMs, we're really trying to define, or better define, I should say, like the use of the word emergency. Like, you know, we'll try to accommodate emergency construction as obviously as best we can, but really kind of drilling into how much of an emergency is this, and being more careful in terms of daytime, off-peak hours, and out front ahead of the construction season, being very clear in terms of here's the corridors that you can't touch, unless it's, you know, like a very much, you know, an emergency as per this type of definition. And so I feel like having a little bit more rigor around when we classify something as an emergency and doing everything, because the network is going to be fragile with the ambitious capital plan that Jason articulated. The network's fragile. So how do we protect that as best we can? And making sure that we're on the same page in terms of, yes, this is an emergency. We absolutely have to do it. And then how do we match that public expectation in terms of communication at the same time? I think that answered 2 of the questions, hopefully.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I was just going to say the opportunity on the West End and how that communication gets rolled out is so imperative to get that right, because it's going through another year of that.
Yeah, and we've got our capital program. The developers have their capital program. The utilities have their capital program, and really the epicenter of all that work happening is really through the OSCAM process. So we do the work to kind of collaborate and integrate the work that happens within our own infrastructure plan, but then we kind of have to add on another layer of the developer work, add on another layer of the utility work. And by virtue of having all that basically embedded and it's and then administered through the OSCAM process, we can start to kind of understand where those knock-on effects, where those specific routes like 95th Avenue in the West End, we know with 87th Avenue, Stony Plain Road work happening, we need to get that project done and out of there. And then also in the West End with all the work with 215th Street, you mentioned as well, like coordinating with those local area developers to say, well, how to sequence that work in a way that makes sense, because obviously they don't want to upset a lot of the new residents in their growing and emerging communities. They want to be able to make sure that they continue to be attractive places for people to buy homes. So they're obviously motivated as well to make sure that their work is sequenced in a way that mitigates those impacts as best as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So all those layers that information is available to PARs when to issue the OSCAM permits?
Anybody who has any interest of doing anything on road right-of-way has to apply for an OSCAM permit. So that could be even in the boulevard. What we're really trying to capture is traffic impacts more than anything.
But PARs is the ones that issue the OSCAM permits,
Correct.
and they have access to all those
Correct.
developments going on. Okay.
Correct.
And then the Building.Edmonton site, I've found it to be good for city projects, but now that will also include utility and private projects?
No, unfortunately, it only includes the city's infrastructure projects. That's the work that this department looks after. EPCOR does have lists, and like was mentioned during the presentation, they've often been a bit reluctant in sharing their work plans because they're so subject to change. Their priorities are very fluid at times, not unlike ours where we lock in a 4-year budget. Theirs are happening iteratively, month to month, year to year. So we're very lucky this time for them to share with the caveat that they know that it could change significantly. And that's by them being a little bit more vulnerable and sharing that information with us, we were able to avoid some pitfalls, to be blunt, on 107th Avenue. They had some work planned.
We can't just post where the OSCAM permits have been issued on the map?
Maybe Jessica, I can leave that to you, but the traffic disruptions map that's referenced in here as well, which isn't the buildingemmonton.ca, it's another website, actually has the traffic impacts on it, and that does include EPCOR and everybody else.
Okay, maybe I need that link. Okay. Then I just done slide 8, I think it is. Is that just a random graphic map? Like it doesn't relate to what's listed on the left-hand side, right? Because I'm trying to see what colors would be.
It's an output from the modeling work, so it is actually a legitimate.
Well, it's a legitimate map, but
Yep.
doesn't necessarily relate to those items listed on the left-hand side.
If you zoom in close enough, you should be able to see.
I was zooming in. Okay, so then tell me 50th Street and Anthony Henday interchange.
Yep.
Is that 50th Street then going to look at expanding? I'm assuming that's expanding the number of lanes, correct?
No, there is no work planned at 50th Street and Anthony Henday. What the model is.
Decreased level of service.
Yeah,
Okay,
what's being identified there is because there are developer arterial projects proposed for 17th Street. And in order for them to undertake their work, they need to close the roadway. If they close 17th Street, and there's another developer work on 41 Avenue east of QE2 or Ewing Trail, if those two arterial roads are under construction, let's say at the same time, which would be a worst case scenario, that traffic would have to be redistributed and there'd be kind of ripple effects that would happen. And basically,
tell me about it.
You've only got 91 Street, you've got 50th Street. There's only so many entry and exit points into that area of the city.
Okay, so it's 17th Street that was having the work done on the north side, sorry.
Correct.
North and south of the Henday, okay. So then does that take into account, or is there any coordination, or I guess on the north side, does that go all the way up to 23rd Avenue?
My understanding is the limits do go up to 23rd.
Okay.
And this is again, I'd have to confirm with somebody from UP, Urban Planning and Environment, but it's the two urban lanes. So there's two rural lanes, like the old Range Road.
Yeah.
And they're upgrading it to the two new urban lanes.
That's on the south side of the Henday. What's the work being done on the north side of the Henday?
I'd have to confirm with UPE, sorry.
Okay, because there's a section from about just south of 23rd Avenue down to the Henday that is only 2 lanes that needs to be widened.
Mike, do you know? Or? Okay.
Okay, so I was just, if they're just doing some section north of the Henday can't we coordinate to do everything between 23rd Ave and Henday? And then my other question, so talk about coordination, and someone's going to be really nice and give me a few extra seconds. No, I'm just going to ask a question. Can you tell me what was so innovative about Dawson Bridge? Because I drive over it almost every day.
Well, this is both like us trying to empower innovation, and I will tell you, Councillor, I was so excited, but they were going to, instead of putting the scaffolding together on the bridge, which closes the road, and then they lower it, they were putting it on the bank, and they were going to barge it. We had a bit of I guess there was a challenge with fisheries and oceans, and they couldn't have their barge, but they did figure out a way to assemble all of the scaffolding from the side of the river, which meant it was never on the bridge, which saved weeks of that being down a lane. So
and went undetected by many drivers.
So while the bridge was a cooler story, what I think is important from our point of view is that we are actually challenging all of our partners from private industry to come up with solutions that keep our traffic going, that minimize schedule, that get some of these key projects done and out of the way so that we can help prioritize traffic.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well done.
And I just want to say that, again, there is the leniency because this is our first infrastructure committee meeting. I think some of the answers are really hard to do in a short period of time. But I will again remind my colleagues to not ask a question without time for people to appropriately respond. Just come back for another round. Because while I'm being lean now, it doesn't mean I will stay that way if it's being abused. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the report and all the work that's gone into it. I'm pretty excited by what's reflected here in terms of the evolution and the response to the conditions we saw last year. So I'm just going to do a bit of rapid fire, so forgive me. With the OSCAM permits, do we have any requirements for signage? So I'm just thinking of a project happening on 100th Ave right now. I think it's EPCOR, but I don't actually see it on their webpage. Again, is that an area where we can require folks getting OSCAM permits for us, that there's a QR code that takes us to a project page so that people know timelines, who's doing it, etc.?
Councillor, I know we require signage for detours, etc. I'm not sure what we require specifically for informational signage, but I can get back to you.
Yeah, I think, I'm thinking of our development permit signage. I think that's been a really positive addition in the community, just folks understanding what's going on. And I'd love to see something like that for partners doing OSCAM as well. I also just wanted to clarify, because I feel like maybe there's some good news that we're not talking about explicitly. 104th Avenue, west of 109th Street, along the LRT alignment. Are we anticipating any traffic impacts on the lanes, or is that work primarily happening within the train right-of-way?
It's going to predominantly be in the right-of-way. There will be occasional closures because they do need to drop off equipment and things like that into the right-of-way, but those would be in off-peak hours, not during peak hours.
Right. So I think again, in terms of what may look a bit different this year, is that 104th Ave corridor is going to be open. And really appreciate the protection of 107th Ave as well. But again, that provides two alternate routes to Jasper Avenue this summer. So I think that's a really positive change. I think I got the answer to some of these questions. So I know that a lot of folks really appreciate the Marigold mailing list in terms of being able to highlight the segments that people want to receive updates on. The report referenced an email subscription list, and I think I heard that it will be sort of a similar, you can sign up for different corridors that you want notifications on?
It's not by corridor, but by area. So anywhere in downtown. And we do it monthly. And I think we had 300 plus subscribers.
Okay. And so that goes to, I think that's the downtown newsletter, for example?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay. Is there any chance that there could be a dedicated downtown page? I'm just thinking of folks who maybe don't come downtown on a regular basis, who are maybe visiting from out of town, just having basically all the content of the newsletter, but just on a one-stop shop, like how to get downtown kind of notification. I think that could be a compliment.
Yep, that's something we could take away for sure.
Okay. Also really excited to see in the report that direct connection point with Google Maps and Apple Maps, providing them with updates. Is there any reciprocity in some of the data that they can share back with us in terms of how they're tracking cell phone data to show where slowdowns are happening? And just wondering if that can again help inform some of the tweaking with signaling, all the rest.
Councillor, there is not a reciprocity on that level that comes with that kind of a connection. However, we are looking into that larger scale data purchase to help with mobility planning for the next 4-year budget.
Okay, that's exciting. Thank you. We'd also talked last summer about maybe enhancing some of the park and ride options for getting to the core. Were we able to advance any of those? Or again, that might be another sort of something to highlight in the downtown newsletter or on the downtown webpage. In terms of you can park and ride at Davies Station, or just providing that as an option.
Yeah, I would have to confirm with city operations, but we're not opposed to promoting that as much as we can through our communications.
Great, thank you so much. Again, really appreciate the reference in the report in terms of that proactive work around shortcutting. Just wondering if there's a more direct mechanism for community members to be able to provide feedback, because I think right now the only channel is like 311 or my office, but I don't know that gets directly to the project teams. I'm thinking of some shortcutting that was happening in relation to the LRT construction. It was really impacting a school community. So again, is there sort of a dedicated email or channel that could exist just to provide some of that real-time shortcutting feedback for more responsiveness?
Councillor, I think that's one that we can take away. We're really talking and about how do we integrate and make sure too that, you know, between the different folks at the city, how do we work together to really quickly respond to things with the right people? And so I think that's likely doable.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'll come back for a few more.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, and I'll go back to Mayor Knack.
Thank you very much. So just to close the loop on the communication piece, so essentially what I would be envisioning, and you can tell me if it's unrealistic or not, is I do think each there's two reasons I want us to be communicating the start of each project. One, I want people to actually know that their tax dollars are at work, and two, it gives them a chance to understand why. And so, you know, similar to the over-communication, I don't think it was over-communication for this most recent snowfall, I'd much rather be hitting people every day with 3 or 4 updates. We're starting 4 projects today in 4 different parts of the city. Here's what's happening. Here's what you can expect. Here's why we're doing it, because this road is at end of life. Is that realistic for us to consider doing that on our social media platforms as an example, and not just directing people to building.edmonton.ca, which is a great site?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Love hearing that. That's a simple question. Then the last one I have, thank you for that. That's really encouraging. And the only other question, and I don't need an answer today, but I might need somebody to dig back into it. So a few years ago, Council approved a motion around future roadway projects, particularly those starting in 2027, where in 2027 going forward, we would start to use more of the what's the thing? The thing in the roadway that it reads when a vehicle approaches it. There's the cutout. It's the traffic actuator or something like that, or what's it called?
The loops underneath the
road. So we did pass a motion. Looking back there too, I think you know this one too, Mr. Oliver. That said, starting in 2027, we're going to look at incorporating more of those loops along the entire duration of the roadway to allow for more real-time traffic management, because the cost of those loops was fairly insignificant compared to the cost of the entire roadway project. I think it was in the range of about $20,000. We gave that direction. I want to make sure that has not been forgotten as part of the 2027 to 2030 budget, because there wasn't necessarily a report back, but I just want to make sure that folks are looking into that and building that into every single roadway project, because that's how we over time can make our flow more efficient.
Mayor Knack, Signals Design and Construction has recently transitioned to the Safe Mobility section in Parks and Road Services, so I'll take that back and connect with the team and we'll get an update.
Wonderful, because I think that combined with, and I would sort of ask as we think about the 2027 to 2030 budget for all our roadway work, engaging with folks like Alta, ML, and Amy, because if you have those loops along with proper signal management at those intersections, then, I mean, and this is what the spark was. I mean, Netherlands has near real-time traffic signal adjustments. So if somebody's waiting there at midnight and nobody's coming in the other directions, the light changes for 3 seconds, gets that one car out of the way and moves back to the main thing instead of them being more based on time or when that one piece changes. So.
I can tell you that for signal designs that we've already started this year, we have been exploring advanced loop installs so that we have that ability. That's more on left turns at this point in intersections to help make sure the timing is on par. So on a micro scale, I'll check into the macro.
That's perfect. I know that was sort of the plan 2026. We start moving down that direction with full scale implementation. So probably just, I don't know if just getting a quick update via memo on that would be good to know. Those are all my questions, and sorry, I have to run away to another meeting here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Councillor Jans? Oh, sorry, Councillor Paquette, sorry. You were on your first round, so.
No worries, thank you. I just want to follow up on the aggregated and anonymous cell phone data as a way to sort of track traffic patterns. I missed the answer, pardon me.
It was me. So we are looking at big data purchases to help support more proactive and predictive planning when it comes to the mobility network. That group also has recently transitioned to the safe mobility section, just slowly taking over one team at a time. And so we'll have that plan in place and working with our colleagues throughout the city to have something that supports the 27 to 30 budget process.
Okay, great. Yeah, because I do know that there are multiple sources of that kind of data that cities can have access to. Is there a reason why we wouldn't have done that previously?
It's my understanding we have done that on a case-by-case basis, depending on projects and purposes. So for example, I believe data was purchased for the downtown area when they were working on the downtown vibrancy plan to help with that, but not necessarily citywide and not necessarily frequently purchased. So maybe a one-time purchase.
Okay, and to follow that thread into the mayor's question about the loops and things like that, if we can get that real-time data from cell phones that are already out there, doesn't that mean that we don't have to wait to install all of these things in order to take advantage of that kind of data and our responsiveness?
Without having in-depth experience with that data itself, I don't believe it's like a map where we see the people moving around and so we can structure our systems to respond to it, but more so bigger picture data around trends and movement, et cetera, that we can then use for planning purposes.
Yeah, okay. All right. The other thing that I'm curious about is I noticed and I just want to clean something up because I know I might get some emails about it. In the presentation, it shows the developer driven projects here, if I can find it, and you've got 167th Avenue and 66th Street intersection in there for 2026 traffic management plans. Can we expand on that?
Yeah, so my understanding is they're nearing completion of the roundabout.
It's done.
And while they might still have some deficiencies or cleanup, as I understand it.
Okay.
And then there's a little bit of widening, I think, to the north and a little bit to the west.
Oh, okay.
That
So
is
it's-
also tied in. So they're expecting, so although the roundabout is done, there's some adjoining work that's happening north and west.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and the road could be a little bit fixed up that wasn't quite.
I think it's widening to the west.
Yeah.
And
There's some flush issues in some areas I noticed that are pretty obvious.
Okay.
But and then so does that mean, because then on 167th on the east side of that, you've got a little sort of bottleneck where it's 2 lanes and then it goes to 1 lane each direction and then the traffic circle, but I believe that section is for the city to do.
That's correct.
But that's not contemplated.
That's right. So these are the traffic management plan takes into account projects that are funded with real construction timelines. So in this case, as you know, that project is not funded like a few other projects like that are similar in other areas of the city. There is a report coming up. I think it's been shared with council before. I only remember the acronym now. It's the M&A report, but Mobility Network Assessment. There we go. Thanks, Bruce. Which does flag that a number of the different kind of transportation arterial network priorities as part of that.
Yeah, okay. And then the last one I know I'm going to get questions about is there is a big Costco being planned to go into Manning Town Centre, which is now about a quarter of the size and growing to the South Edmonton Common. And so traffic there may be ramping up a lot faster than our numbers. I just want to flag that. You don't have to give me an answer right away, but maybe it's something to keep in mind that it's going to turn into quite the bottleneck that we'll probably want to get ahead of. Anyway, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. So just to confirm, the work we're talking about with OSCAM, we're reviewing the costs underway right now. So there's going to be a report coming back, or is this an administrative change that'll happen?
The mechanism for coming back to council would be around fines and user fees related to the four-year budget process.
Okay, so the criteria around road delays and trade-offs and everything, is that being evaluated as well too?
They're looking at that whole mechanism. That whole piece wouldn't come back. It would be the changes around what we're charging out to folks and what revenue that generates that comes through the budget.
Just a part of the context there is the OSCAM program going back a number of years. That's one of the areas that has an ongoing structural budget variance. And part of that reason is because there was a budget that was set. We introduced a fee, and then the volume dropped way more than what we anticipated however many years ago, which created that structural budget variance. So part of the motivation here was how do we relook at this program to be able to better track, enforce fines, fees. So how do we relook at this program to assist with that structural budget variance? And then at the same time, how do we look at using these permits as judiciously as possible in those like key areas, so we're not impacting the fragile network.
Yeah.
Construction season.
I guess with OSCAM, I have 4 goals: the costs, minimizing the delays, increasing the communications, and then better setting the wayfinding for folks affected. And so I'm just looking, I guess, confirmation these 4 aspects are in the mix, and if they are, or if they are not, what we need to do as council to make sure Edmontonians' concerns are being heard here.
Okay, to say yes to that, Councillor. Also to correct myself, it is actually coming as a report to the June 29th UPC meeting. So you folks will have a chance to weigh in at that point as well.
Excellent. Okay.
Just want to highlight as well, like the OSCAM process really is at the tail end of, managing the system once the major moving parts and projects and stuff are in place. So I just wanted to highlight that. Like, this is managing the network with those construction projects in place.
True.
So the idea here is like, how do we best most efficiently manage that? But with major corridors down or major projects, I want to say, like, that's kind of like, how do we manage on the tail of things with the system that we have left?
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking about like some of the most acute complaints I had around like little kids walking to school being rerouted, or vulnerable users or cyclists or pedestrians, etc., who felt that they were taking kind of the back seat to the concerns of automobile traffic.
For sure.
So yeah, I will follow up offline. I think I'm hearing all of this is underway, which is exciting. The laydowns, not laydown yards. So one thing I really liked this summer was this spring when we started doing the full, I call it the rip off the Band-Aid. Just, we're closing the whole intersection, we're doing the whole thing, see you in 5 weeks. Everybody knew it. Nobody tried to to wait their turn or sneak in or anything. I like that approach, that accelerated work plan. I think I'm hearing today that we're going to be doing more of that. Is that correct?
I think it's, what I would say is like one of the tools in the toolbox.
Okay.
It's probably not the only one. And so what we're trying to do is enable our contracts in a way that seeks outcomes. So we can meet with our contractors and say, look, if we want to speed up schedule, what can you advise us? And then, there's going to be costs, there's going to be so we have to kind of look at how do we enable that solution, but we're doing that on every project. And so sometimes the solution looks like those, just get in there, get it done, completely shut down. Other times we can't do that. We have to maintain some access for key businesses or things like that. And so I think it's one of the tools. What I'm hoping we can encourage is how do we look to our partners to help us solve this problem?
Yeah. A question I asked when we were in the bridge debate back in the spring was to admin, I want to know, do you feel if you wanted to, you could work around the clock? Like there's no barrier that this will be given the update, the full priority to just get this done. And I heard, yes, we feel like we have all of the rules we need. I'm seeing some nods, so I'm guessing that's still the case. Is there any other policy or encumbrance by council or policy or conflicting thing that impedes our ability to rapidly complete projects when we need to?
Well, on some level, Councillor, we have some of the tools. I would say sometimes it can be very expensive to get people to work 24 hours a day and things like that. And so we're also trying to manage the projects within budget. But where we can and where we can get good value for money and where we can get good results and we see a clear path, we are identifying, and enabling that where we can, and we will bring those to council where we need to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. And I just have a few final questions. You mentioned that you're planning for part of the in better communication. You'll be putting out information to councillors. When is the first sort of tranche of information that we can expect?
Sorry, we will be providing information to communities and residents and businesses, or
I promised earlier, Jason. So we'll have some key messages to you well before construction season kickoff.
Okay, because otherwise I was contemplating either a referral or a motion to direct a memo, but if that is going to come, I don't need to create motions just for the sake of creating motions, but I do want to hear that.
We'll get you a memo and some key messages before construction season.
Perfect. And then can you just, again, for areas in my ward, I know one of the biggest pinch points is, yes, along the Yellowhead corridor, obviously, but also St. Albert Trail. It goes basically from Yellowhead all the way into downtown, past like 111th and almost to 107th. As a huge pinch point. And it looked like in the modeling visual in the presentation that was still pretty red. So again, that's a great example where like maybe there's nothing we can do to mitigate, and how are we also communicating that this is going to be a pinch point? Try to find alternate routes if you can, or be prepared to sit in traffic.
Yeah, the thing about traffic modeling is that it's so sensitive to different things. So it's always something, when you see red, it doesn't always mean that it's a bad thing either.
Oh, okay.
Because that's a very congested area from a land use perspective with all the commercial development, the access points along Westmount Mall, for instance, things like that. So in a way, some of that acts as a bit of a metering approach. So by having some of the traffic slow down and sequentially kind of be released downstream into the network, it actually helps balance the rest of the network on some of the other routes that connect to it. So that's always the risk or caution when you look at those results. Red doesn't always mean bad.
Okay.
Because during peak hours, you're going to have congestion. There's going to be congestion, but you want to be strategic about where you do it and where it exists, and in a way that it doesn't have, like we were talking about, knock-on effects or overlapping effects. So if the idea here is, like, let's say we were able to turn that corridor green, you're just probably going to move your congestion down the road.
Just like the example you gave in the presentation of like, we're gonna be seeing improvements in this one section of Yellowhead, but it's just being pushed down.
That's right, exactly. So there's only so much room within your network. So the idea is that you're trying to spread the demand and the pressure across your entire network in a way that you're utilizing all your infrastructure as efficiently and effectively as possible. You don't want it to be concentrated in specific points as much.
Do you do anything in this, well, this is a kind of tangential, I think it's an important question. In this traffic management plan, we also have a lot of information about, like, for example, intersections that are also not working very well, or they're not at their optimal working pieces. How are we taking that into consideration and where we're trying to shift traffic?
This same traffic modeling work that we do helps inform that work as well. So PAR's city operations will use that to kind of influence, again, because The number of lanes is one thing in the infrastructure, but how you operate it in terms of the traffic signal optimization is another. So that's where that traffic signalization, the work that we do, is really about trying to optimize and strategically moving traffic around at certain points within certain hours of the day and days of the week. And so this modeling has kind of lots of different outcomes, of different purposes. It's for our infrastructure planning, but it is also to help with day-to-day management of traffic signal optimization.
Okay, that's good for me for now. I will go to Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I clicked off, but it is such an important point. I just want to reiterate Councillor Jans's points around the accelerated construction. Again, I just want to make sure administration is hearing that we felt that was very successful. There's no sort of motions required in terms of changing policies. Great. And I think too, I assume that, you know, for contractors, shorter time frames also help limit their exposure to material costs, changes to material costs, things like that. So I appreciate administration saying that we're looking at balancing it as a tool, and I sort of heard, you know, weighing it against the additional cost. How do we factor in the inconvenience and the time impacts? Does that have enough weighting, for example?
I mean, Jason and Bruce will have more details specifically. All of our contracts look for certain outcomes, and we have different incentives or penalties depending on the structure of the particular project. And I don't know if either of you want to give an example.
Well, the one that comes to mind is 95th Avenue in the West End, actually. That was a project that, and Mayor Knack, well, he's not here, but that project was planned as a total closure at one point. And it was supposed to be just 1 year, rip the Band-Aid off, get it done, and be quick. But then when you start to layer in, again, looking at kind of the broader network impacts and what's happening on 87th Avenue and Stony Plain Road, so we had to change our approach, and we had to come up with a different strategy because we just knew it wasn't going to be palatable from a public acceptability perspective. So we've stretched it out over 2 years to allow ourselves to continue to have one lane in each direction. So it's not a quantitative assessment. It's a bit of a qualitative kind of testing ideas and approaches through engagement, starting through planning design, and effectively that's where we landed. So.
Okay, yeah, and I think any opportunities for that iterative dialogue. Again, I mean, do we get to a point where we have Edmontonians weigh in on that? I know that with consultation, we're typically, you know, it's the final design that we're consulting on, but do you think there's opportunities during consultation to talk about the construction phase? Do you want the Band-Aid? Do you want the continued access? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, and I think like Sarah said, like we now, we have another tool in our toolbox. We know and we feel we've got the support of council to have these conversations with our contractors. Last year was successful on Valley Line West for a variety of reasons. One was just the nature of the work allowed the contractor to, and had enough time, which was critical for the contractor, to actually mobilize crews that were dedicated to the intersection work while other crews were dedicated to the other work along the alignment. So it's really a function of what is the work, where is it, how, what are the benefits, what are the resources available to the contractor, and in some cases, we do have the opportunity through our contracts to incentivize certain behavior as well. And I think they're all things that are in play. Even on Valley Line West this year, right out of the gates, we're having conversations with the contractor about, okay, on 102nd Avenue, we know we're going to have to provide some flexibility relative to our contract. So where is it going to be? Where can we utilize that? How can we tie that into other contracts, things like that? And those conversations have started right out of the gate.
Great, really excited to hear and love that there's that dialogue between the city and contractors, and I think bringing Edmontonians into that conversation as well can be really helpful and help us understand how the public is prioritizing these things.
I think the other point where we do engagement is also on and trying to be more proactive on mitigating some of the impacts that we don't want, such as shortcutting and things like that. And I think community members are really good at identifying, you know, where a speed bump is required or some of those things. And so we're trying to get ahead of reactiveness, but we want to make sure that that we're supporting school zones to be safe and all of the various users getting places.
Yeah, and I think that we might be surprised at what Edmontonians are willing to accept in terms of those full closures. And again, anyway, great opportunity. We have made that point, but really appreciate that new tool in the tool belt. I think it's a really exciting one. So thank you.
Thank you. We are at time for our afternoon recess, so we will be back at 3:45. And in the meantime, I might just talk to the clerk about options for the item 7.4. So I will, again, acknowledge that there's lots of council members here, but I'm just going to do a roll call of committee members to make sure we have quorum. So Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Clark.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Great. And so we were on questions on item 7.3. We were on to Councillor Morgan. You're on a first round, so I'll go to you next.
Yeah, I guess I was just going to echo what I was hearing from a couple of my colleagues here about the doing it all at once, and so I was kind of excited about that whole thing as well. A little more so with LRT actually, and I've seen a lot of disruptions on the LRT system. I don't even know if that's like, I know Craig was on the line here too, and maybe that's more of an operational thing, but I do think that that should be considered on that front as well. So just wanted to say that as well. I've also, can I give a statement? Is that cool?
You know, it would be great if we had receipt for information on the floor and people could speak to it, because this is one of the conundrums we're having with no motion on the floor to speak to.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so please go ahead.
Okay, cool. I've been very appreciative of the work collaboration with our LRT expansion team lately with the road closure on 111th Street. So thank you for your work on that. So.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Hi, so coordination of work and that, I'm just wondering, I see one of the items is the Fulton Creek. I'm just wondering on 34th Street, where we're going to be putting in a concrete culvert. Is that not something, do we have a broader view of things, of work that can be done along the same time? So the developer went in and did some work a couple of years ago. Was that not identified as that needed to be done at the same time, or?
Yeah, unfortunately at that time we hadn't identified that culvert. And so you're trying to align your capital planning priorities with developer planning priorities, which aren't always in sync with each other. But certainly if we had the opportunity and if we knew about that project, like was talked about earlier as part of the previous reports, when we have those rehabilitation lists leading into the next 4-year program, that helps create those types of opportunities where we can start to collaborate and integrate work between our projects and developers. But in this case, no, we didn't have this project on that list.
Okay, so this process now will help those things.
Correct.
So, yes, Ms. Nichols?
And I just wanted to give an example. So there's some road work around the Odiemin Park that we deliberately paused proceeding on this year because we knew of all of the desired outcomes of Odiemin, where we have so many developments happening, and we know that those developers need to put in their utilities, and it didn't make sense for the city of Edmonton to redo a road, and then subsequent years we have our developers ripping up the streets. So that would be an example of something where we have taken that into account.
Okay, and going forward, we'll be doing that a lot more, it sounds like. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Jans?
So this is concluding item 7.2 and 7.3 and 7.4. So if we had any other questions or remarks?
This is just for 7.3. We didn't cross, so we still have a presentation on 7.4. And again, this is the conundrum we get into. If we don't do receipt of information, we can't speak. But I think if you have, I'm just going to, while we're in this weird gray space, you can say a few things if you'd like.
I'm good on 7.3.
Okay, so we are good to move on to 7.4. And I will just say, while we're switching out the delegation, I did talk to administration at break and just confirm with the DCM here of IIS that if any councillors have any specific questions about any specific projects, because we are going to be really short on time by the time they're done their presentation, they are open to answering directly any questions of councillors. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, I did select the item. I don't need the presentation though. I don't know if others do.
Okay, that's great to hear. Does anybody on committee or council want to see this presentation? Does administration feel like there's anything in this presentation that they would be remiss to not highlight to the public?
I think we're really excited to tell everyone that we're opening Horlock Park on March 13th.
Anything else? Okay. Okay, so we will not do the presentation per the unanimous consent of my colleagues. And so any questions on anything in the report? And Councillor Jans, you did select this. I know you said you selected, but do you have
Yeah,
any other questions on 7? And again, this is where I'm going to allow the latitude if you have any thoughts that you'd like to just articulate at this time too.
Just, I said to the chair, I selected both items, but through the course of the conversation today, I've cleared through my questions. So if I may just for a minute, just express gratitude. This is so cool. It still blows my mind that just in less than 2 years from now, that we'll be able to take, in just around 2 years from now, we'll be able to take a train from City Hall to West Edmonton Mall. That's amazing. 2028. That's so exciting. And then seeing the jobs impacts here, all the other, just the incredible work that we're investing in our city and our home. And yes, home renovations are tedious. Sometimes you have to sleep in the basement, but eventually you get a beautiful, beautiful new home and living space out of it. So whether it's Horlock Park, whether it's our roadways, whether it's our rec centers and fields and ball diamonds and everything else, reading through the presentation filled me with a lot of joy and excitement about being an Edmontonian and a great sense of pride. So thank you for all of the questions today, and thank you for this report.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. I don't have a ton of questions, but maybe the big one for me is this was a phenomenal report. How do we spread this to Edmontonians? This is going to be posted on our website. I thought just the overview and detail that was provided in the report was phenomenal, and I want to be able to use that as a resource to talk about the excellent work that we're doing. So how's that going to happen?
So there's a few reports available online. So I think you all know about Building Edmonton. We did do the infrastructure report last year, and so if that's the one you're speaking to, we have shared that on the city's website, and that did come out to councillors, so you're welcome to share that, and I think it is a good news story. We will be ready to do another event based on construction kickoff in the spring, and so I think there will be a number of opportunities to really celebrate these projects that sometimes feel like a lot, but I think once they start to gain momentum, we start to see things opening, people have a hard time imagining them not existing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, looking forward to those additional opportunities to really share and celebrate alongside Edmontonians, and thanks again for your excellent work on this.
Thank you very much, and I will go to Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, thank you. I was just curious about the delay for, sorry, I'm just pulling it up here, the enclosure at the zoo there. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, Councillor Morgan. So I think the most important piece for the zoo enclosure project is that we have to go back to how it kind of came about. And so during the deliberations for the 23-26 capital budget, there was a collective decision made to cancel a growth project and then create this renewal opportunity for the zoo. And so one of the key pieces was that we needed to make sure that the investments moving forward were for the right species, at the right location. And so the zoo, working with the foundation, completed a master plan. And so that master plan took, I believe it was about 18 months. So in parallel, we've been doing some critical renewal of things that we know have to be addressed and for animals that are to remain. And now with the master plan being completed, we're able to move forward with all of the work moving forward based on that master plan. And so it's really, the schedule was impacted by the fact that we wanted to make the right decisions for the zoo. And so now that we're equipped with that, we're going to be seeing some great momentum on the construction moving forward.
I'll just add that we're currently in procurement for a contractor. So at this point, so Pascal's described all the work kind of over the last couple of years to get us to this point. Once we have the contractor involved, one of the very first things that they're going to be tasked with is building the schedule to implement the work that now has been prioritized and approved. So We expect to have something very shortly, so you probably noted that in the presentation it says that the completion date is to be determined, because a large part of that will be informed by the procurement that's currently underway right now.
Can we like safely say that the budget's going to be on budget then? If
Exactly.
we don't know when
yeah.
if we don't know when the
That is the focus of the team. It's not a dollar over, not a dollar under.
because we don't know when it's going to happen.
Well, because we know what the scope is, and we know what the budget is, but right now the thing that we're trying to determine is the schedule. So essentially, that's why we're building or we're retaining our contractor. One of the first things they're going to be asked with is building the construction schedule based on what they understand for the budget and what they understand for the scope of work.
Okay.
Well,
I guess we built the budget based on the timeline and what we kind of figured. I wasn't part of this, obviously, but like.
Well, if I can add, because it's a renewal composite, so we manage it, so it means that we have a number of elements that could be implemented, and so we'll go as far down the list as we can, knowing that there are things at the zoo that will remain to be renewed.
So things that we may not be able to.
We may not be able to fit all of the needs of the master plan, but with Jason's team's help, they're going to go as far as they can.
And all of the needs of the animals, I guess, is more the.
Well, globally, the needs of the zoo. Yeah.
Globally, the needs of the zoo. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll just pick up from there, I guess. I think this is, going back to my line of questioning on 7.1, I distinctly remember that conversation. At no point in that conversation was there any flag that the timeline would be impacted, and in fact, council gave direction that they were concerned that this wasn't, like this needed to be a priority. And here we are 4 years later just on procurement. So any comments to that?
I'm also just wondering if we have, I'm not sure if they're here for infrastructure committee, but any of our partners from community services, I think in any project, understanding the program that we're going to offer and the priority amongst that program is a key part of being able to deliver. And so I wasn't here for the initial parts of this project, but I do think the master plan was a key step in the development of this project.
And just to be clear, Councillor Rutherford, as part of the work that has been ongoing, we have fast-tracked certain elements of the scope. And so there has work that has happened at the zoo to implement some of the renewal. The master plan was important to guide some of the more unknown elements. So for example, because we're not moving forward with the Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2, we needed to understand what was happening with the enclosures that were meant to be demolished and replaced, and how the sequence of moving some of the animals so that we could fit the right renewal to the right animal at the right enclosure. But for the ones that are remaining where they are, or that we already had that opportunity or that knowledge, we took the opportunity to fast track. I know there's been work on ozone sensors and some other safety elements ongoing that may not be as public facing, but that are just as critical for the zoo operations.
So if we're putting this in simple terms, we said no capybaras, sad, but true. So we didn't build capybara enclosure, which was slated to be somewhere where there might have been an old enclosure. That part of that project scope would have been the demolition of that. And so in the stopping, I guess the reason I bring this up is to, like, because I don't think, like, again, as a counselor, we're always trying to make the information with the best decision with the information we have. And during that conversation, I don't think it was ever flagged that stopping the Nature's Backyard Phase 2 would have timeline sequencing impacts on the renewal. I don't think that was, so I'm just basically trying to use it as a lesson learned, and like as we go into this next 4-year budget, how are we making sure that if one decision does have an impact on another project, that we are articulating that for fulsome decision making at this table. So I think it's more just feedback that way at this point.
Thank you, Councillor. And I do think there's an opportunity with council having this committee now too, not only leading up to the budget, but after the budget to really sequence and understand, you know, here's how the budget will be implemented and staged. I think will be an opportunity that we can work on with this committee.
Great, thank you. And I will go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I'm just wondering about the Coliseum, and I like the word deconstruction as opposed to demolition, okay? And event space. So that's the total 55 million is for a festival, like including a festival and event venue? I thought the additional funding was going to help with LRT platform.
So, Councillor Wright, the agreement with the province is that we have 55 million for the Coliseum deconstruction and event space, and that the city will redirect the 30 million that was originally budgeted for the Coliseum demolition to other projects that support exhibition lands. And that redirection has not been confirmed yet to what. So that would be where LRT stations, it could be site development opportunity or other things that would be city budget.
So, but included in this 55 million here, that will provide for a festival and an event venue along with the demolition? Or, I'm the word for future use, or the words for future use.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I can see where, no, so the idea here is that on the site of where the Coliseum currently is, there will be an event space. It's most likely going to be a simple green space mixed with asphalt. We're reviewing what that looks like. That would allow for it to be programmed in the interim for a future redevelopment that would be in line with exhibition lands.
Okay, so nothing along the event venue that's being built at Ice District?
No, they have no connection whatsoever. The idea here is that we have to be able to leave the site in some form of condition and have some future use, public use, recognizing that the timelines for developing exhibition lands are years, if not maybe decades. You know, obviously nobody probably wants to hear that it would take that long, but the idea here is that we need to at least explore some kind of interim use, and so we are deconstructing the Coliseum, and as part of that, we have to be able to leave it in some form of public use and public accessible.
So it's more the festival and event space rather than venue?
That's correct,
okay.
Yeah.
It's not a building or anything?
The terms probably could be a little different, so they're not confused, yeah.
All right, I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks for all these presentations. I don't really, for 7.4, I think it's pretty well laid out and lots of information I think we had to some degree, but there's a bit more detail. I think kind of, I get this our first meeting and we kind of went over a whole bunch of things kind of top down. I guess as we move on to future meetings, one of the things I'd love to see is almost like a calendar or a couple calendar slides to kind of show as we go by, as we get more detail and timelines and when things are actually going to roll out. How do we kind of put that in? Because right now I look at it's like LRT, open spaces, a whole bunch of different things. If it was almost by month, I think I could kind of wrap my head around it a little bit more, and it might be better for communication to citizens. And that's just sort of my comment. If we're going to get a little bit more in the weeds as we move on with this committee and what's happening on all the infrastructure projects, just a kind of an easier way to look at that and then be able to get that information out, if that makes sense or seems doable.
Yeah, we can look at what we can kind of pull of major milestones that would be of interest to council and community on, you know, this project is hitting this thing and this project is finished or this project starting. We can do that.
Yeah, I think like even start dates and how long it's going to be. I just visualize in like kind of a calendar and there's a bar graph, right? So you kind of know what's happening all the time. I know we have so many of them, so how do you kind of break that up? I don't know if I have those details yet, but it might just be a good way to look at it, right?
Yeah, just a reminder too, this isn't all of our projects either. So we've really just kind of cherry picked some of the more larger, impactful ones. So certainly that's something I know when we selected these two, we tried to select projects that had something interesting or a specific milestone that was coming in the next quarter, recognizing that this is a presentation we did last year in an infrastructure committee with the previous council. So it's one of these ones that we expect to do on a more frequent basis. So you'd see a version of this with some edits or suggested changes at an upcoming infrastructure committee probably later this year.
But all of our projects are on Building Edmonton with their schedule and their budget.
Gotcha, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, sorry, I do just have one question. Just around the Coliseum LRT bridge rehabilitation, just wanted to make sure my understanding is correct that, so with demolition of the Coliseum structure itself, are there any implications to the existing station via underground connection? Are we anticipating any crossover there?
Not directly related to the deconstruction, but definitely the ability to cross the tracks at grade and not have to go below grade is something that's being explored with our team in ETS right now.
Okay. Sorry, and so that's being explored sort of independently of?
That's correct. Yeah. Independently of the deconstruction project, yes.
Right. Okay. I'll leave it there. I'm going to follow up online. I have a few more questions on that, but I don't need to dig into it right now.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. And with that, does anybody else have anything, last comments they'd like to say? I'll just look to my handy dandy agenda here to say we are close. There's no responses to council inquiries, no private reports. Are there any motions without customary notice or a notices of motion from any of my committee colleagues? Okay. With that, I would like to thank everybody for a very great and fruitful first infrastructure committee meeting. Thank you. We are adjourned.